tell people how to look at it because it is what it is. I don't understand why it's always steamy. Why was that like it only piles of crap that exist in?
It's heated.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to.
Rises.
Yeah, I know, but it's cold outside right now. Like if you put a pile of crap outside,
but that's why
it's not going to be steamy.
No, it absolutely would.
You're saying any amount of substance would do this?
No.
It has to be. It has to be
fecal matter.
Who turned it into fecal matter?
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are back. 5 hours to go until my computer plays in the background.
What's going on? What are you playing?
Because I am a damn professional. This is the only mistake I will make today. This is a no mail it in last day before Christmas for JP and I.
It's like the JFK files are just unleashed on your computer. How did that get there?
I've got a lot of files on this computer.
We don't even make Epstein Island jokes anymore with you.
I can't really. Well, we don't tweet them. But I would say I got a lot of files on this computer. Can't let it out of my sight there, and apparently can't remember to turn the damn sound off. But you heard the open there, courtesy of the NBA on Peacock and Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, producing today. If you guys are going to watch us, 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, make sure to like the video. Please also make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. We'll see you there in the chats. Cornlito, you know what I'm saying there?
Drop those corn emojis.
Guys, drop them.
Drop them.
Is that how you eat corn? Because I can't make the sound because it sounds like something else. We've also got Meredith Kane in the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
I'm feeling all right. Yeah.
Well, that's good. Feeling all right is good. I hope that there's no part of me that feels like it's a mail it in Tuesday, as today is our last day of the week. It definitely feels like, I don't know, I'm in like grind mode right now. I'm like, let's get to the base and bunker down and let's do this thing.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for my kids tomorrow because Ness has to work, so it's going to be me and the girls in the morning.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be in like I'm like itching to get topics together mode because you can't stop this thing when you're going.
Right.
And I'm going to be pretty agitable. That's not the word I was looking for. I'll be easy to agitate tomorrow is what I'm saying.
But maybe just come up with the topics anyway, and then I'll come up with some topics. Maybe we'll
just send them to each other.
Maybe we can get Jake on the call. We can just kind of put together a show, and I don't know. Maybe we do a long Zoom call too. I don't know. Maybe just because I like comfort
over the weekend.
I need this in life.
When it's a little keysied up, I definitely left some people some just voicemails or some.
You left me one.
I did.
Yes, you did.
What did I say?
I wish I could remember right now. You left one to me.
That's good. No, that's good.
To me and Jake, and it had to do with a broadcaster that I don't think we've ever discussed before, and you were not kind to that broadcaster, but I could not tell you for the life of me what broadcaster it was, so that's where it dies. It was a real random out there thing.
Oh, yeah. Wait, was it Sunday?
No, it was Saturday.
Oh, I was just bored then. Yeah, that wasn't drunk. That was boredom.
But you do these voice messages now.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to make of them. I don't mind them. It's just
my check-in.
They just are what they are.
Just
is that all that is?
Thinking of my boys. Hope you're doing well.
Well, that's nice then. I like it in that context.
Yeah.
I didn't have much of a response back, I don't think. I don't think I even responded at all.
Hacksaw had no idea. Hacksaw and I Sunday, we traded 75 of those things. He had no idea I was hammered. He just thought I was just having fun. But he called me yesterday.
It was like 2:30 in the afternoon. I think the assumption would be that you're sober, but maybe that's a wrong assumption.
Again, that was Saturday was sober. Sunday, by 2:30 I was sober. It was like 8 o'clock at night, and I was just going back and forth on messages with him. And he called me yesterday, and he was shocked to find out that your boy was a little keesied.
New take. What I like about text messages is that they're not just everyone's rambling thoughts, okay? They take a little bit of effort. Like, if you're hammered, instead of writing out like what would be like, I don't know, 100-word thesis on something nobody really cares about, you just kind of like, you're like, that's too much work, and then it dies. But now with the voice to text, it just gives people like yourself, when drunk, all sorts of ammunition.
Darn tootin'.
I don't know that we needed this much ammunition for this.
I think we did.
I don't know.
Trying to read something and ask, does this make sense to a alcohol-addled brain? It's just a lot of work.
But it's good when you make people work for it, though. That's good in life. It's better that you had to actually type out those words to see if it even came close to making sense to then understanding. No, they've made this too easy for everybody.
I'm benefiting from the dumbing down of America, and darn tootin', I'm here for it because it helps me on the blue moon chance that I ever actually get drunk. All right, I have an observation to make.
Okay.
That having listened to the discourse over the last 2 days now.
Yeah.
I think it is obvious who has approached the Shadore situation with a clear and open mind and who has not. And I think if we started doing the Venn diagram of guys who at some point made a decision on Baker Mayfield, and then let's just say no amount of information was ever going to change that opinion, that Baker was never going to be any good, he was the problem, you shouldn't pay him, then I think if you kind of laid the Venn diagram up over the same thing with Shadore, I don't think it's a mistake that the same guys who ran Baker Mayfield out of here in the Cleveland media really seem to be the guys who've already made up their decision on Shadore Sanders. I don't want to say groupthink, but I just think it's interesting that you and I, in different moments, have made comparisons between the Baker saga, who Baker was, why he got a hard time in this town, and Shadore. And now this is coming to fruition in real time that there is a clear and obvious bias against Shadore. And I think if you just kind of pay attention, you can tell the people who are not evaluating Shadore the player and are instead evaluating the noise that comes with Shadore and allowing that to be their prevalent opinion on the young man.
All right, so I'm trying to find the through line here. I agree with the sentiment.
I can't say names, but I will say names.
I'm trying to find the through line. Like, what is it that would connect both of the dots? Because I can make an argument that this does work both ways in many respects. The idea that for someone like myself that really loved Baker Mayfield, I don't think it's an accident that I also loved Shadore Sanders early on, and we've gone through that for months for why those two things add up. And so maybe, is it the same thing that I love Baker in, that I also love Shadore in? Those qualities that exist between the two, is that also the same things that are inherently just turning these guys off?
Yeah, I think so. I think it doesn't walk, talk, and act like an NFL quarterback, and that becomes bothersome to people when then a fan base of that guy defends him to the hilt.
Because we do all have our preferences in life, right? Like that's part of the beauty of life. I do find it interesting though that if you asked a lot of Baker fans also are Shadore fans, and then a lot of the people that didn't like Baker also didn't like Shadore, and I think the common line through that are some of the intangibles that are even away from the football field. That's what I find interesting.
Well, I just think I would say the difference is Baker did it to himself. Like, for all the things, and you and I are both Baker bros, that is on the record. You can find the tweets. It's really not that hard to see who really liked Baker in town and who didn't really like Baker. And by the way, I was not in town at the time, so we can't go back to audio of it because I wasn't on the air here.
Got audio of me, and I'll tell you that much. It's got to exist somewhere.
And the Baker bros remember.
Me telling Adam that that Baker Mayfield versus Patrick Mahomes is going to be our generation's Manning versus Brady.
There's still time for that.
That exists somewhere.
There's still time for that. But I do think, like, Baker's actions, Baker's little squabbles with media members, like, all of those things were the things that Baker did. What's crazy about Shadore is this kid isn't doing anything other than focusing on football. It's accusations of somebody's sister or aunt coming after him. It's people who work in the media getting frustrated that there's half of social media coming after them for their opinions on Shadore, which I would like to remind everyone has nothing to do with Shadore. And I hear a lot of people not basing their opinions off Shadore off of football. And I find that to be, or even the ones that are on football are done so in such a dishonest fashion that it makes you kind of just scratch your head and say, "What are you doing?" You mean talking about patting a ball? Not only patting the ball, even like the whole EPA discussion, which is just, go to anybody with advanced analytics, like the people that actually understand EPA and what's going on. It's a very flawed stat. It is not a perfect stat by any measurement, and it's not even really a good measurement. Here's the other part of this. They're using EPA wrong. They're telling you that EPA is some sort of catch-all that does everything and registers offensive linemen and wide receivers and does all this into play when it doesn't. All it does is take you through historical data and put you at one play, and then after that play happens, in a play that could hit a wide receiver right in the chest and bounce off, that play then looks worse as far as EPA for dropback is, and it's just like you're just doing this wrong. You're not doing this in a intellectually honest way, but you're pretending like you are. Yeah, and I also think like there's what the tape says and there's what the box score says, and I think it's very convenient if your analysis of Shadore is based on how many touchdowns, interceptions he has instead of the way he's actually playing. And I would also submit anyone right now in the Cleveland media acting and going back in time with their little DeLorean saying that Dillon Gabriel was somehow better than Shadore Sanders, it's fine. You're clearly playing at an angle. You're allowing the distance of time that we haven't watched Dillon Gabriel continuously. I almost said something. I'm not going to say it. Continuously
What'd you almost say?
Not throw beyond the sticks or the line of scrimmage on every single play. I think people are using a lot of smoke and mirrors tricks to act as if Shadore Sanders has been a massive failure. And again, I don't think he's been oh my God, it's the most successful thing I've ever seen.
Right.
But I think we have one side of the Shadore conversation arguing with supporters and extremists and not having the actual conversation. How does he look on film? And if you actually watch the film, and I can't believe I'm being the guy to say this now 3 times in 2 weeks, Shadore's holding his own at this level. Whether you want to call it serviceable or holding his own or, he's not the reason they're losing, whatever you want to say, that is the truth of this situation. And we have football guys saying it.
Well, yeah. And so here's what I find interesting. And this is what I think is going to eventually end up happening within this conversation. If we can start the convo at the idea that a lot of Baker fans are Shadore fans and the two of them kind of exist while the anti-Baker people are also the anti-Shadore fans, we're going to have the same convo that ultimately got Baker out of town. And if the same people are in charge of that convo, you would think then they would also move in the same direction that they once did. And so that's the worrisome part of this. And that's why I think people like myself, when we talk about Shadore and we talk about this and we're trying to use Baker as an example, it's like, you guys gave up on a guy way too early. You want to be the guys that give up on a guy on a guy again early again too? Is that who you want to be in this? If that's who you want to be, okay, then you're admitting you're never learning from any past mistakes, and you just immediately throw people away the moment that you think they're not all of a sudden a top 5 quarterback until the end of time. You want to do that? Go ahead and do it. But ultimately, I think that's where the Shadore fan is going to get louder and louder, pointing to what happened with Baker.
I haven't crowned Shadore off of 5 starts, but I haven't written him off either. And I think that's really telling. That this week, and again, I thought he was serviceable against the Bills. To try and use the Bills game where they were in it, and if not for a missed Andre Schmidt field goal kick, if not for making James Cook look like honestly, Barry Sanders in 1994 for one half for the Browns defense, I think the Browns actually do end up winning that game. You can't say he's the reason, even top 3, that he's the reason they lost. But I think it's Aaron on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat saying Shadore is average. Okay, now apply the proper context. If you think he's average, that's fine. If that's, I've said serviceable.
And also apply that for right now relative to where he could be next year.
Well, exactly. He's that as a rookie. He's that with a first-time signal caller. He's that getting his opportunity after the team was basically eliminated from playoff coverage. He's that without an offensive line. And guys, the offensive line was bad for Dillon Gabriel. It's completely non-functional now. This is not an NFL offensive line that Shadore's playing in front of. Jerry Jeudy can't catch a freaking cold.
No, this Sunday you're going to have one starter on the offensive line from week 1. So that's basically a whole offensive line of backups. The worst wide receiver core in the entire NFL. A backup running back. And then also, if Njoku stays out, 1 out of 2 tight ends are legitimate starters, and that's it. Think about how that's a damaged team.
That's
a damaged team.
I think, and I've been conflated with being a supporter. I've been conflated with being a shahader at different times. The reality is, I think for you being a supporter, you've been very open to when Shadore has not played well.
Yeah.
I think for somebody who's been Switzerland, I've tried to be as down the middle as we possibly can. But I do feel like this week specifically, off a game which I thought it was fine, but not great nor awful, I think it's pretty telling that there are people who want to put the Shadore thing to bed. And I'm here to tell you, guys, it's because they don't want to deal with supporters. It's not because they don't think Shadore can play. Because if they actually watch what the kid is putting on tape, there's something there. Is it a top 10 quarterback? I don't know. I don't know how you can know. But I don't know how you watch what you've seen over the last 5 starts and think, man, if we improve the context, give him a full year to get better, at the very least, could he be a guy that is the bridge quarterback to stabilize this thing for the next 3 to 5 to 7 years and allow us just to win some games and change the culture for good?
I find it interesting because now as we're going through this whole discussion, I'm like, wait a second. If Barry and Stefanski were the guys that didn't believe in him and thought that Baker wasn't going to be good enough and couldn't get to another ceiling, they will be the first ones to hit the eject button on something like this. That's not a good thought, by the way. Like, this exercise has not helped my belief that the Browns will get this right for 2026.
No, you just keep giving them quarterbacks.
This is not helped me.
By quarterback 45.
This is not helped.
Once they've had the number of quarterbacks that the Browns have had since 1999 until they came into here.
If we were describing the front office at that time, were they Baker bros or were they non-Baker bros? They were in the non-Baker bro category as evidenced by what they did.
The good news is I think the GM is really a big fan of Shadore. I think that's a positive.
So too, but he was also right there alongside the thinking 4 years ago. And so that's why, like, did he learn? Did he evolve? Is he trying to use Shadore to rewrite some of his past mistakes where maybe he thought he gave up on a quarterback too soon? For that, I would tip of the cap and say good for you for trying to evolve and learn. Doesn't feel like a lot of the media people that were in that same line of thinking 4 years ago have evolved and learned, though.
Well, but Baker wasn't nice to them. 216-474-0092. Did giving up on Baker influence you with the Shadore conversation? We got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. The Peterlin Pass at 3:40. Don't forget Kevin Stefanski's press conference coming up at about 3 o'clock as well today. John Fanta at 4:20. He'll bring good tidings. Give us some Shadore talk, some Browns leadership talk. Albert Breer at 5:20. Lance Reisland at 6. It is the Go Home Christmas edition of Afternoon Drive at 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. If you're on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, hit like, hit subscribe.
Drop those corns.
We love to be liked, and we like corn on this show.
Get those corn emojis dropping.
The band, the food, corns of all variety. Did giving up on Baker influence people with the Shadore conversation and Shadore's last stand and Dylan derangement in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
I don't think it's about feeling a commitment. I don't think it's about anything of that. It's about controlling what you can control as a person, as a player. I think I have to do my part, get some wins. I think I have to do my part and play clean football, and the rest isn't in my hands, so that's really all it is. I don't own the organization, so I can't promise anything will happen, I'm not God. I can't dictate what's going to happen each and every day, each and every minute. So you just got to enjoy what you do have. You got to enjoy the present. You can't look too deep into the future, because then you'll miss the blessings and the lessons that you learned from the now.
Shadore Sanders earlier today talking about if he feels like a long-term commitment from the Browns is there. Again, everyone says Shadore is one way, and then you hear the kid talk, and he seems to hit all the right noise. Like the Dylan Gabriel thing yesterday, where Dylan Gabriel gets booed on Sunday going in for Shadore, and everyone acts like it's his whole to-do, and then Shadore's like, nah, I feel bad, like I put him in a bad situation.
Yeah, which it was an odd situation, by the way, because the fans didn't know what was going on because you're at the game. So you didn't understand he had this pinky finger that looked like roast beef. Like, he just didn't know. And so, hell, if I was in the fans, I would have been booing too. I'd have been like, wait, this is a big play. Kevin can't possibly think Dylan's the better quarterback here, but then you think about Kevin and you're like, maybe he does.
Same guy that went Wildcat
because he's done this before, and he would outsmart the room. And there's a lot of reactions that would go on in that moment. Yeah, no, but I'm listening to Shadore and I'm like, geez. Oh, he's right. I mean, sometimes I'm racing to get to retirement for some unknown reason, and I'm racing to have my kids get to be 18 and all this. Like, you just got to live in the moment and be present about it. And that's interesting. In a football context, he had me thinking even deeper than just a big life-setting life moment. There's perspective he has that I feel like a lot of people don't at his age.
Yeah, but tell me more about those Shadore supporters and how much you're really sick of dealing with them as part of your evaluation of the young man playing football. Not that I'm getting salty about it at all. Now, here's what I'll say, because this does feed into the conversation that we had, where it's like, all right, they're not even hiding that this really isn't about Shadore. Like, honestly, we talked about the press conference thing. And yesterday we talked about it, and I was like, I think this is something. I just don't think it's all on Shadore. I think it's very solvable. If the Browns were a serious organization, you'd go to Shadore and go, I don't really have a problem with you having a plant in the audience. I don't really have a problem with you getting that question off so you guys can do your content. Let the beat reporters who've been waiting all this time, let them ask their questions, and let this be question 15 instead of 1.
Oh, it could have been handled much better.
But that's on the Browns perspective. That's not necessarily even on Shadore. It's like, he might not be thinking like that because he is a rookie in the NFL.
Yeah, he doesn't know how things work.
He's never been a beat reporter before.
And at Colorado, he did get to do basically whatever he wanted, which is how college football works, by the way. Have you ever seen anything around? Has anyone questioned Saban and a million years in Alabama when he was there? Like, no, it's not how it works. I covered college basketball, a guy named Greg Marshall, Wichita State, absolute tyrant of a human, and that's Wichita State. That's not even any like a high football program or anything like that. Like, that's how the college ranks work. It is on the Browns in many ways. You gotta introduce him to what the expectation should be and how he's got to go about doing it. And I'm sure he'd follow the rules.
I just think it's really funny how, like, even now, I mentioned in the first segment, the Dylan derangement that's going on, the new pivot from the people who, again, I'm going to say, if you've watched Shadore for 5 games and you don't see it, that's okay. But I think it's a parent who is talking football with Shadore and who is talking very conveniently about things that either maybe are shaded in a way to make Shadore look bad, or really just responding to the supporters in how they go about rebutting anything negative said about Shadore. But I think the Dylan derangement thing, like, I saw it yesterday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat.
Was it Cornholio?
And I saw it. It wasn't Cornholio.
Drop those corns, chat.
No,
drop those corns.
Drop those corns. He's suspiciously absent today. But same thing, though. I've seen it. I've heard it from the media as well. suddenly comparing Shadore's play to Dylan and going, well, but Dylan only had 2 interceptions. Dylan played better. And I'm like, this is another sleight of the hand. Dylan, in no way, guys, Dylan could not throw it to the line of scrimmage. He was missing routinely 5-yard outs in the flats. Something that if you're an accurate quarterback, you should ace with great abundance. Go back and watch. And by the way, he had the entire starting interior offensive line. He had Quinshon Judkins. He had the support from the defense that was playing a lot better then than it was now. And none of this is to say, because this is the thing, you say something nice about Shadore, and then it gets twisted into, you've said he can do no wrong. I've said serviceable. That's a pretty high bar for the quarterback to play serviceable from what I've seen this year. But this new narrative, this little Dylan of, I think we really got to go back and talk about how Dylan played.
We don't have to.
No, we don't. He's not physically talented. He doesn't make plays, and he's barely an NFL quarterback. If you can't hit a 5-yard out route with any number of consistency, you're not going to play in the NFL.
Right. No, that convo should be dead and buried. I can't believe that convo even had life or breath to begin with, though. Like, the debate should not ever be Dylan versus Shadore. That debate is dead and buried. The debate for next year should be, what do you do with the number 1 or number 2 overall pick if you end up in those spots? And then if you don't go quarterback in the very first draft you have, like the draft selection that you have, then it's got to be Shadore versus the rest of the field. And that's where, like, if you take a quarterback at number 1 or number 2, okay, that's your bet. I'm not gonna get on the radio and undress you and say that you're an idiot for it. Like, no, you think Mendoza's Joe Burrow, you go about that. But I will have a problem if you try to tell me that quarterback B, let's call him Tua, let's call him any of these other guys, let's call him Dylan Gabriel, is going to be better than what Shadore would be in 2026. That I just refuse to accept.
Yeah, and I think, like, I think Mendoza more. There might, who knows if Ty Simpson is going to be in this conversation. There's a couple other young quarterbacks can play.
My money's on no, by the way, with Ty Simpson.
I probably would agree with you, considering
he started like 13 games.
Yeah,
and he's not.
But Dante Moore, by the way, is not.
No, but he's not. But he's not
dissimilar.
even. I don't think he's top 2 in the as far as quarterbacks are concerned. So, like, if you're third quarterback and you're taking 20 to 25th overall, if I were him, I'd go back to Alabama.
But there are a couple other young quarterbacks in the playoffs that it's fair to say let's let them play out the string. And I think that's the giveaway. I have not anointed Shadore as the quarterback in 2026. You haven't either.
No.
And for two guys who have said, hey, I really like some of the things I've seen with Shadore, we both understand Mendoza and Moore versus Shadore. With how the NFL works, it's going to be an open and shut case for a lot of people and probably the Browns organization unless they value trading down.
And so this is the sad part about this, if you love Shadore and you want to see him play, is that in this little stretch here, here's what he's shown me and here's what I think he's shown a lot of people across the NFL, is that he has not closed the door shut completely on if you love Mendoza, you love Moore, you love one of those guys. Sorry, he just hasn't.
Yep.
But in that same respect, what he has done and what he has accomplished is he's made... If you're going somewhere else or doing some other convo in 2026, he's made Shadore versus Kirk Cousins a pretty easy convo for myself.
Yeah, and I think that's what's interesting, is there are people who this week said, all right, I don't need to say any more from Shadore. And it's like he's got 2 more games to go. And I don't know. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I don't think he could throw for 300 yards the next 2 games, win both games, and I think those people have made up their minds on Shadore. I think they have closed the door.
Like it. Yeah, it kind of seems
but
like it.
But I think that's interesting. I think pro-Shadore people, or Switzerland, as in my case, who have just said, let's keep an open mind, we're still there.
And it matters for the Browns in this, too, because I don't know that the Browns have necessarily closed this all. But, of course, there's so many factors at play here, Nick. I mean, we don't even know who the head coach is going to be. We don't know if the GM's still going to be in place. We don't know what pick they actually have. And so it's very early. And the college football season hasn't even ended yet.
It's early to be definitive.
We don't know.
There's no need to. If he's not Connor Shaw, if he's not Spurgeon Wynn, which he isn't, and it's just crazy that I think some people have wanted. And again, it makes you wonder: are these people on the up and up when they're analyzing Shadore? I think there's enough proof through almost a full year dealing with the Shadore noise to make me maybe believe that maybe they're not on the up and up when it comes to their analysis of Shadore. Quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there.
Some baseball news. Bryce Harper has been added to Team USA's roster for the 2026 World Baseball Classic. He joins a loaded roster that includes Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt Jr., and Kyle Schwarber. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Kevin Stefanski's press conference coming up. In about 20 minutes' time, we'll hear what Coach Kev has to say. With Pittsburgh on the way, don't you say?
Have a day.
J-Pay? Okay, we tried.
I
Okay,
don't even know what that was.
but we also have the Peterlin Pass coming up at 3:40 today.
But we didn't kill the bit, and that's the point. It's a lesson out there for everyone.
For like a specific board op who works our show most days.
Not saying anyone's name.
Yeah, we'd never say like Mac Robinson. That
We
would just
wouldn't do that. That's very
that'd be
uncouth of us.
inappropriate. I leave it to the morning show to run off their producers. That's
Yes.
not how we do it on our show.
That's right.
We
Well-
say it off air to their face repeatedly. We keep our abuse in house.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that we have one lasting longer than 2 years.
Yeah.
You know, like the morning show
Wow.
has not been able to accomplish.
I mean, dare to dream, I say. You mean the Ken Carmen show? Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
Couldn't help yourself.
I can't. I can't.
You just can't help.
That is the one way. You and I are not mail it in guys. That's not who we are.
It's not in our DNA.
Because honestly, we really do. We do this for the right reasons. We love the thing, and we love the job, right? Mm-hmm. My mail it in is shots just start flying. They just do.
I know.
It's just I get free. I got a free heart.
The first time you did that, I was like, with Anthony Lima, and I tried to like almost correct it to be like, all right, let's throw him in there. Let's not do that. And I've let like 4 of them go by. I just don't care enough to correct it.
With Owen Lodeman? With unnamed producer to be named later. Now, Denzel Ward, Browns corner, was asked about being absent for the Bills game and the process that went with it.
I had felt good last week. I felt that I could have played. I had told them that I could have played, but I think they did a great job just protecting me. Really, like they trainers and everything, just telling me like just where the placement of where it was at and everything. Like it wouldn't hurt just to have another week of rest. But yeah, I felt good last week. Where I felt I could have played, and yeah, I'm going to play this week for sure.
When you talked about the calf. So what were those discussions like? You told the team you could play, and then they said they didn't think it was best. So, like, what's that back and forth like? And then were you comfortable with that decision?
Yeah. I was frustrated with the decision, honestly, but I respected it. I respected it coming from the professionals on our team. Like I told them I was feeling good, you know, I was able to play. Like if this is playoffs, we need to get this game. You know, I'm available. I'm here and I'm ready. But we're just really looking at, you know, I got an MRI scan and looking at the scans of it and just the severity of what it could be if anything worse were to happen to it. And yeah, we just came to a mutual agreement about just giving it another week to rest and everything. But like I said, I will be out there this week.
A mutual agreement that they made for me.
It didn't sound like a mutual agreement.
Yeah, I actually thought he did land
like
the plane.
that at all. Yeah, he did.
Keith was. We were talking about this off air, and Keith was like, "Hey, let us know if you think he landed the plane." I do think he landed the plane, but I'll be honest with you. Actually, that's the kind of stuff that I love hearing from an athlete. Of like, no, I wanted to play. They wanted to protect me. That's the stuff. Like that's the kind of stuff that I think fans actually do want to hear, but this time of year with where this team is, there's no way people aren't going to hear that, and at least a few people say, the tank is on.
Me, I'm that person. Yeah, what? I mean, that just sounded like they didn't want to field the best team they possibly could is what it sounded like. And it reminded me of Wyatt Teller in many ways, but also the idea that Wyatt Teller, Carly had on that TikTok where she was like, it was like, again, after he missed the first week, and then she's like, oh, he'll be back next week. Like, it's just a subtle comment or whatever. It was in there. And this is how these things happen. Browns come in there, it's like, I don't know that you're ready. Doesn't look like you're ready. And how many times could Denzel Ward be like, I was ready? I think I should have played. I could have gone. If this was the playoffs, I definitely would have gone.
Could it also be as simple as the doctors wanted to be cautious because he's a very valuable part of the team?
Could be. I would find that convenient, though, that a team that would prefer to lose if they want draft positioning and would prefer on a 3-win team would go ahead and have that be their stance. Have you ever met a team doctor that doesn't really go along with what the team's orders are? We had a whole problem with this in Miami where everything got unearthed, and it was the reality of it was, looks like the NFL is an issue where team doctors will go along with anything that the team wants them to go along with.
I've never met a team doctor. Actually, that's not true. I've met a few team doctors. They're a different breed.
You could definitely get away with whatever you want from that perspective.
They definitely like being around players.
If they wanted Denzel Ward out there, Denzel Ward clearly would have been like, all right, let's do it. Let's go. They didn't want him out there. And so, it's an interesting little subplot to the whole how serious are they about winning discussion. That's all I'll say there, I guess. All right, Denzel Ward, speaking of him, Denzel and Miles both got the Pro Bowl nod today.
Yeah!
That's right. We also had 3 alternates, all rookies on this team, which is actually kind of a big deal.
How do we do alternates if there's no game?
Well, if a Pro Bowl player decides to drop out, the alternate then gets selected and gets put in.
But why would they drop out? There's no game.
We see it every year. People drop out. They just don't. I get what you're saying.
It'd be a weird thing to be like, all right, Mike's also not playing in this non-existent game. Jay, you're up.
Is it just because you don't want to do the Pro Bowl games? Is that how you become?
That's just such a
weird.
Is that
how that works? I
think once the actual Pro Bowler, I'm not trying to jam you up.
I don't know the answer to it. Because you make a good point. But Snoop Huntley got to be a Pro Bowler for a reason. Mac Jones got to be a Pro Bowler for a reason. We have alternates every year, and then they end up actually getting the nod. How does it materialize?
I think I just fixed the Pro Bowl.
Quinshawn is an alternate. There's no way Quinshawn's playing in this thing.
Not with that attitude. All right, so here's my idea.
Okay.
The alternate should just be NFL
There is
legends.
a game. The game does get played. It's a flag football game at this point.
It's not a real game.
The game does get played. People do suit up, and then you go out there and they pretend to play football, but it does happen.
Right. Instead of alternates, which is a dumb thing. You're either a Pro Bowl or you're not, for a game that doesn't happen. The real alternates...
There's a real game that does happen.
The real alternates are NFL legends.
You want Emmitt Smith in that commercial that airs where it's Emmitt Smith and it's Jerry Rice and they're all really, and Dan Marino, and they're 60. All really old.
We don't need Emmitt, but I'm thinking Ocho Cinco, he can still ball. You tell me you want to see Ocho Cinco versus a common
commercial?
Player?
Well, I don't know. Wasn't it was it Steve Young the other day said he could still play?
But yeah,
I think he said Steve Young said
Steve's had more concussions than half the NFL.
If it was like basically a Hunger Games of football and they needed him to play quarterback and he was the only option in order to basically save the world, he's like, I could not only could I go out there and play, I could do a good job.
And then they also said, I really love shopping here at Harris Teeter. Spraying his marsh.
Got some nice stuff from the Brooks Brothers later.
That was out of pocket. That's not okay. I'm sorry, Steve. I know you're listening.
He's definitely listening.
All right, let's go to find the page. God, this is just like Andy Baskin not finding the freaking mouse earlier. All right. We never got to this yesterday. Browns backup quarterback entered the game late in the second quarter with Shadore's pinky got banged up. He entered to a chorus of boos. There's been a lot of outrage on this. Were the boos over the line?
The boos weren't over the line because it's within the right of a fan's thinking to believe that Stefanski would be that much of a bird brain in that moment. It is not out of question to think that Stefanski would take Shadore out of the game and do something insane because we've seen him do it before. And so I as long as you understand the proper context, and I think a lot of people do, is that they weren't booing Dylan because Dylan got inserted into the game. It was booing because they didn't understand that Shadore was hurt, and then Dylan had to come in.
I just think there's a really funny dichotomy in America now that you can go online with your real name, tweet heinous things to another person, and that's just kind of normalized. But if you boo an athlete,
that's like the end of the world.
Come on now, guys.
Yeah, I'm in favor.
I thought we were a proper civilization.
I'm in favor of booing. I think booing's an okay thing. I never understand that. I never understand that.
Of child hunger and mass shootings. It's like, okay, guys, we'll get to that. Booing, right? Let's not do that.
Hey, listen, I'm in favor of people getting punched in the face every so often, so here we are.
Unless it's a Lions fan.
So here we are. Well, even in that scenario, we reviewed the tape. The Lions fan didn't say anything crazy.
Are you saying that DK Metcalf not only struck a fan, but he also wasn't honest about it?
So I'm not. Yes, I am saying that.
Oh.
I am saying that.
It's almost like you're booing him.
And I don't think it's great to be hitting customers. We'll go on the record with that one as well. Do I think America needs a little bit more of, will this guy punch me in the face if I say something stupid? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think we need that back.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Yes, I do.
I love you. You'd get punched in the face once, and you'd be on Team Outlaw getting punched in the face immediately.
No. I'd get punched in the face. Maybe I wouldn't run my mouth so much. Maybe I'd relax a little bit. I get punched in the face once. I'm like, all right, maybe I should cool my jets.
See, the problem...
Not punching people in the face has allowed me to exist, okay? And that's not great.
I think the problem with me is you'd punch me in the face, and I'd say, now let me tell you what I really think. I'm not just gonna let you hit me once. I'm gonna earn a second and third punch.
Let's just bring it back a little bit. Let's just bring back the fear of being punched in the face.
That's
what America's missing right now.
If we had more micro violence, we wouldn't have more macro violence. I've been saying this.
This is my platform. Let's run on it.
Punch America in the face
Get America
again.
a little bit more scared. You just get to say these things as if nothing happens. Let's get you back to being a little bit more scared. Back in the 50s, you knew what was coming. To the moon, okay?
They also smoked.
You knew what was coming.
And I'm not going into what happened in the 50s.
What'd you smoke in the 50s?
Tobacco.
Just a classic.
Kevin Stefanski's press conference coming up at the 3 o'clock hour on 92.3 The Fan.
Browns will welcome the Steelers to Huntington Bank Field on Sunday for their Week 17 matchup. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Back on Afternoon Drive. We got planned to get two guys at Peterlin Pass, but let's go live to Berea for Kevin Stefanski's press conference.
Happy for Miles and Denzel to be named Pro Bowlers. Obviously, well deserved for both those guys. They're playing really good ball for us. Excited for the guys who are alternates, including 3 rookies, which is a great for those young players. But we love all these individual accolades, awards, recognition. We want that for our guys because it comes in the greatest team game there is. So, and all of them understand that, how important their teammates are for those individual accolades, but proud of those guys. On the roster, we will not activate Deshaun, so he will go to reserve, back to reserve PUP, but really proud of the progress that he's making, doing a really nice job in the meeting room, on the field these last few weeks. And then we're turning our sights to Pittsburgh. Obviously, division game, so they know us well, we know them well. There's a lot of new players on both sides of the field for them and for us. So you do have to go to school on this team, realizing that there's a lot of new players, as there always is as the season wears on. So we know what a lot of the schemes remain the same. There's wrinkles and they're evolving as the season goes on. We're evolving as the season goes on, but we're excited about that opportunity in front of our fans in a division game down there on Sunday. So we're getting to work today, and I'll take any questions you guys got.
All right. First question go to Mary Kay.
Yeah, Kevin, just wondering, when we talked to Coach Bloomgren the other day, he was talking about how he doesn't know that there would be another guard in the NFL playing as well as Joel Bitonio. He felt that that he was a Pro Bowler. So just wondering, what has Joel meant to you guys this season? I know he's the last OG standing out there on your line. And did you sort of view him as having that high level of a Pro Bowl type season?
Yeah, I mean, Joel's a Pro Bowler. Joel's a Hall of Famer, but he's playing at an extremely high level this season as well. Mary Kay does not look like he's fallen off, at all. This is playing at a high level. I know the rules are a little bit different now with the Pro Bowl as it relates to the roster for offensive line and defensive line, which is a little interesting, I guess you would say. But he's a Pro Bowler, whether it's in name or otherwise. But he's a Hall of Famer.
Thank you.
All right, next I'll go to Scott.
Hey, Kevin, what went into the decision not to activate Deshaun, considering he could have kept practicing with you guys if you had activated him, right?
Yeah, he's done a great job with everything that's been asked of him. I've gotten to see him just work so hard, whether it's in the training room, by himself in the indoor with the trainers, on the practice field now for the last bit, but just felt like this was the right decision for him and for us. And his focus will continue to be to help this football team and continue to get healthy and get stronger and all those type of things.
And Denzel said that he had hoped to play last week, but meeting with the medical team, they decided it was best to wait another week. Are you confident this will be the week? He said for sure he's playing.
Yeah, listen, I want all our guys to feel that way. We'll get through the week and make a decision, but he's trending obviously in the right direction.
Thanks.
All right, next go to Tony.
I'm sorry, my question was asked. I'll come up with another one.
Good luck, Tony.
Right, next we'll go to Chris.
Two questions to make up for Tony's lack of one. One, Wyatt, just I know he was questionable, and he got on the practice field last week. Do you feel confident that he'll be able to go against Pittsburgh this week?
Yeah, another guy trending in the right direction, but really needs to get through practice, see how he feels throughout this week before we make a final decision there.
And you talked about yesterday, you mentioned faith in Shadore, and Shadore talked earlier today about, the trust between you and him. And What goes into what's the biggest piece, as you're developing that trust? How does that trust for a coach, what are you looking for, I guess, out of the quarterback to kind of solidify that?
Well, I would say with all positions, but certainly the quarterback position, we spend a lot of time together. So we're in meetings. We talk about every scenario known to man. So I get to see the work that our guys put into it. I get to see the work that Shadore puts into his craft on a daily basis in meetings on the field. So that's where the trust comes from player to player. That's where trust comes from player to coach. Just that we're working at it together. So that's I think the biggest thing.
Thanks.
All right, next go to Jeff.
Kevin, normally we get a scouting report on the Steelers from you, but we won't see it tomorrow. So how are they playing and how are you playing compared to that first game with them?
Yeah, I think the big thing, Jeff, is how many new faces are on the field for both teams. And for various reasons, there's just, whether it's roster reasons or injuries, whatever, there's a lot of new faces. So we have to understand who's in where for them. There's uncertainty with injuries for us. There's uncertainty with injuries for them. So you have to really look at all their options along the roster. But they're playing at a high level. Obviously, going into Detroit to win there is a tough place to win. So that they're playing really good football right now.
Well, thank you.
All right, we'll go back to Mary Kay.
Yeah, Kevin, how important is it, or is it even important for Shadore to kind of rev things up a little bit with Sed Tillman and Jerry and some of the receivers and try to get things going with your guys' primary receivers?
I think it's a good pass game. Mary Kay is really spreading the ball around to all of our players, whether you're a receiver, a tight end, or a running back. We want to utilize all of our guys that are available to us. Then you also have to understand these defenses can do their part to try to take people away via coverage, whatever, via attention. So it's the quarterback's job. It's to get through his progressions and trust what he's seeing and go with the football where it should go appropriately, and not force the ball to anybody. Now, having said that, our trust in Jerry Jeudy, our trust in Sed Tillman is extremely high, and we want them to affect all of these ball games. But you also have to make sure that you're going through your progressions.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Scott.
What makes the Steelers defense specifically challenging for a rookie quarterback who hasn't seen it before live?
Well, I think they're taking the ball away at a good clip. Number one, they're +9 in turnover margin. I know they're doing a nice job of taking it away. They're forcing a lot of fumbles. So they're playing a disruptive brand of football. Again, some veterans on that team, guys that have played in that scheme for a while, some veterans in the back end that are smart. You can tell that they're putting a lot on their plates from a coverage standpoint and disguise standpoint. So just going to school on this defense and getting to know their looks versus certain formations, what they like to do situationally. But it's a really good mix of scheme and really good players.
And on the other side of the ball, would you expect things to change a lot for them without DK?
Yeah, hard to say. They have a bunch of guys that can affect the game. They do a great job run after the catch. Obviously, Rodgers is playing at an extremely high level, as accurate as anybody in the game. So they have a bunch of different ways that they can get the ball down the field.
Thanks.
All right, Mary Kay, you got one more?
Yeah, I was going to also ask about DK Metcalf. I mean, do you guys head into the game a little unsure? Or, I mean, do you know for sure he's not going to play? I know he's appealing this thing. And then also just how good is DK Metcalf as a player?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, for sure, I saw the news just like everybody else did. So we'll adjust accordingly based on how it all shakes out.
And if they don't, I mean, just obviously he had a big game the last time around. How good is?
Yeah, obviously he's a great player. Gone against him many times. He was, he was great in that first game versus us. So we have a lot of respect for him.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Tony, let's hear it.
Okay, am I good? You hear me? Kevin, now with Judkins out, do you imagine going with the Sanders and Williams as your 1-2 running backs in this game?
Yeah, I think.
Sanders, yeah.
Yeah, I think obviously we'll see on the health of Dylan Sampson as the week goes on. But yeah, those are two guys, how we ended the game with a good mix and feel comfortable with both those guys.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, that wraps us up. Thanks, Coach.
And I won't see you guys. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Enjoy the time with your family.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
See you guys.
A lot of Merry Christmases there at the end. Kevin Stefanski's press conference today, giving us his thoughts. I guess I thought, all right, there were a few funny things in that.
Yeah.
I'll actually say the Denzel Ward stuff was interesting. We played Denzel saying he thought he was good enough to play this last week against the Bills. The Browns held him out, and then he had some frustration there, but that he's definitely playing against Pittsburgh. He didn't sound annoyed. He laughed about it. Did Kevin Stefanski saying, I want all our guys to feel this way. We got to see how the week transpires. Also said the same thing about Wyatt Teller.
Yeah, which is, again, what you would say in this instance. Listen, I don't know. The Denzel stuff is not going to irritate me the same way it does for Wyatt, because Denzel's got paid $100+ million and has his future already secured in an interesting way, whereas Wyatt's on a contract year.
Yeah,
that's why we get so upset about the Wyatt stuff.
And I think some of this is contract related as well. And I think Kevin should stand up for Wyatt.
Yeah,
I think that's the other part.
Yeah,
of this.
and Denzel, in the way Denzel described it and how he sounded, he almost sounded like, all right, not the end of the world, which I do find interesting, by the way. Like, if you're a player, you only get 17 of these. You'd think you'd want to play as many games as you possibly can and have as many cracks at it as you possibly can. But with Denzel, he just seems very unbothered by it all. And so I can't tell him how to think or how to act. He's got to make up his own mind on that. And so if he's cool with it, he'd seem more than fine with it. So it is what it is.
Now, today is also day 21 of 21-day window for Deshaun Watson. We didn't have an official report out there yet, or an official stance from the Browns.
Yeah.
Kevin said the Browns will not activate Deshaun Watson, so he'll revert to the PUP list, but did go out of his way to say he's proud of his progress, proud of what he's seeing out there.
So my read on this one is pretty simple. I feel like they put him out there. They got all the practice reps, did everything you possibly could. I think they were getting ready to go ahead and activate him and have to play the final 2 games if Shadore stunk it up. But Shadore didn't stink it up. Shadore gave him the long enough runway where you want to see what happens with Shadore for the next 2 games. And this is where I give kudos to Shadore. Shadore made it impossible for anybody else to step in for these final 2 games, as meaningless as they are, because you want to see more and you want to see what he can do and you want to see that evaluation continue. And that's where you got to give credit to Shadore in a big time way. Like, he closed the door on Deshaun going out there for the final 2 games so that they could even see where he's at, see the progress where he's at. Because you admit it, like, they want to know if he has anything left in the tank before they do anything in regards to next season. Again, if Shadore had stunk up the joint, for sure they'd want that answer.
So I think there's many interpretations on this, and I think yours is one of the fair interpretations. I just thank you, Browns. Thank you for not doing this. You didn't need to. This year, if we have to do it next year, that's a different conversation. But this year, there was no good sense in putting Shadore out there on the field in
Deshaun,
a year where you
said
had... sorry. Not a Freudian slip. But there was no good sense in putting Deshaun Watson out there when you have 2 rookie quarterbacks you drafted in a developmental season. There was no win here. If Deshaun played well, guys, it doesn't change the 3 previous years. If Deshaun played poorly, it's only going to remind everything of the Watson wars. So I don't know that they ever intended to put Deshaun Watson back out on the field this year specifically, but them allowing him to revert to the PUP, it's simpler this way.
Yeah, I would say before you send him the endable arrangement, though, and say thanks so much, I would just say they really set up the runway for the final couple games to be Deshaun playing in this. The credit goes to Shadore. Like, he slammed that down, and having the curiosity still exist with what he can bring to the table, that's good. So for the people, for how many weeks I was like, you got to root for Shadore. You have to root if you don't like Deshaun, you have to root for Shadore, because he's your pathway to keeping that man blocked from ever seeing the field again. It's another little kudos in that regard.
I know that the football capologist dudes, they've already decided Deshaun's going to be on the roster next year.
Yeah, March of 2027 is the time.
I do not care to have that conversation, because every time there's a cap argument, my eyes glaze over and I dream of Tahiti. But what I will say is, get ready for that argument this offseason. Get ready for it. And if the Browns got a number 1 pick or the number 2 pick, if they were thinking of trading down, the Deshaun contractual situation would be one thing. I would wonder if they would try and weasel that into some sort of trade down if that's going to happen.
I mean, I think if they don't, I think the argument, especially if they don't take a quarterback 1 or 2 overall, the argument then becomes Shadore versus Deshaun to start week 1. And like that, and in their eyes, that would be a real conversation. It's not one I want to entertain. I would throw Shadore out there, and I'd let him have the whole entire season.
You want the Shadil. You want Shadore versus Dylan.
Deshaun's going to be 100% healthy. He'll be ready to go, and they still want some return off this investment. I think it's a sunken cost. I think he's too injured. I also think he sucks too much to be taken seriously, but they haven't shown me that through any stretch of this.
You didn't take the bait on Shadore versus Dylan.
It's not even a serious thing. I can't take any Shadore versus Dylan commentary.
But you should want Dylan to be the other guy because Shadore's just going to smoke him.
It's just a deflection so I don't finish my initial thought. I don't need to entertain that.
I think you do.
No, not in that regard. No, Dylan's not winning that battle. Dylan is not a conversation in that battle. And if they try to present it as Shadore versus Dylan, it'll just be one big, long congratulations to Shadore Sanders for winning the job. That's all it is. It just turns into just one big conversation.
Shadil.
What is Shadil?
Yeah, it's like
Are you
the
trying
Watson
to say
Wars.
Jeff Shadore's name, but you're having a stroke? What is Shadil?
Nor Jeff Shadell's name, nor any of the Shadells, really. No, it's Shadore versus Dylan. Shadil.
I think it just stinks. I don't like it.
Is it bad that as I was saying it, I'm like, I don't think it's gotten any better. I think it's just dying on the vine. And I was like, you know what? It's fair. It's a fair take out of you.
Also made me hungry for pickles, if we're being honest about it.
Deshaun Watson, his 21-day window will not be activated. He reverts to the PUP list. Do you think we've seen the last of Deshaun Watson in brown and orange? Continued reaction, and one media member says what no one else has when it comes to Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. That's next in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and women, and the only company I would trust to restore my hair. Give them a call, 216-370-7980. This year, look and feel better about yourself and restore your hair. Go to vanscoyhair.com, 216-370-7980 for your free consultation right now.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
The Peterlin Pass coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. It is the go-home edition before the beautiful holiday season is upon. Well, the holiday season's already upon us, but obviously Christmas coming up later this week, and tomorrow being Christmas Eve. That'll be fun. I haven't had a Christmas Eve off in a while, so it'll be fun.
All right, good. Yeah. It is my mother-in-law's birthday tomorrow, and so it's one of those unfortunate things. Like if your birthday's on Christmas Eve or Christmas, it always just gets overshadowed. But yeah, so that'll be fun. We'll go out to dinner. We'll do a whole thing.
My friend Noelle, who I've spoken before about her love of telling people, describing her waste products when we were young kids. Yeah. She was born on Christmas, and Christmas Eve, and she always got mad because she felt she got gypped.
Yeah,
but I always thought it even out in the wash because her dad was rich. So I was like, yeah, you get twice as many presents as like normal kids, even though you get like 10% less presents than like your siblings.
Yeah, could have stopped at dad being born rich. That's you win. You win. That's okay. That's all right.
Could have used that. Could have really used that. Instead, I had a loving father.
Well,
drats.
Well, you make it sound like there's no loving fathers out there that are also wealthy.
I think we know the answer. I think it's empirical proof.
There are good dads out there that exist.
If you're all out there well off, you know you don't love your children. Let's just be honest about it. That's why I've stayed poor through this life, so my kids know how much I love them.
That's right. You'll show them.
Yeah.
With all sorts of hearts and hugs.
Yeah, and dead after I die. Now, that being said, one media member in this town is saying things nobody else has, and I commend him for it. I don't agree with him, but I commend him for it. Tom Withers was filling in today on Baskin and Phelps. Hey, guys, we got that press conference today. How about that?
Yeah.
Woo! Feels good. That being said, Tom basically made the argument to keep both Stefanski and Barry.
I think I hang on to him and try to get, and I know this would create a mess heading into next year, right, with people on the hot seat or what have you, but that's just the nature of the business that it is, right? I just feel like they've been put into such, and some of this is their own doing, don't get me wrong, and I'm not going to, we can just dissect the drafts and the good drafts from the bad drafts, and there's been far more of those. What they were handed with this Watson trade, and I wondered when it happened that how bad would things get if it goes sideways? Mm-hmm. And it went more than sideways, right? It is literally going to put this franchise back the better part of a decade by the time they dig out from underneath it. And so when people talk about, this roster and what have you, and listen, have there been huge mistakes made with the wide receiver room? Unquestionably. Had you been able to use those 3 first-round picks, Andy, you would have, let's say, a left tackle going into his 4th year, another linebacker going into his 3rd year, another wide receiver going into his 2nd year. Oh, by the way, all first-round picks. You would hope you could go for 2 for 3 on those.
So I think Tom was very respectful in the way that he did this, and I know the cool thing about Tom is that he believes this, and he backed it up with why he believes this. I just want to go right back to the Deshaun Watson trade, and the idea of I don't believe that this was foisted upon Kevin or Andrew. I believe Andrew came up with a decision, got Kevin on board, and then they went and convinced Jimmy Haslam to do that. There's some good reporting around here that Andrew and Kevin went to Jimmy and got this done.
Yeah.
But even if I agree with you that Jimmy was the one that made this happen, even if I agreed on that, it's been 4 years. It's been 4 years since the worst trade in NFL history was consummated, and no one's gotten fired. Well, and that in and of itself has been incredible patience for Jimmy Haslam, whether he pulled the trigger on that deal or not.
Is the best defense of Stefanski and Barry, though, the idea that they were around when the worst trade happened, and this all of a sudden tanked there? And
they were in the office.
And again, from the people that have come up with thought partners and all these collaborative words that suggest that everything they do is all within one group and one mind. We're just supposed to just let that exist?
Yeah.
How is that the best defense you got?
Yeah. It's interesting. Jimmy is getting dinged as an owner in a way that other owners who are just as bad as him, if not worse, aren't. I'm not hearing nearly enough about how bad the Adams sisters are at owning franchises, considering they've been firing coaches or GMs off and on every 12 to 15 months for 5 years now. Not hearing enough about that.
I do wonder, though.
Woody Johnson, another tremendously bad owner, is getting this, oh, he's not going to fire Aaron Glenn. He loves him. I'm getting a lot of passes for a lot of really bad owners, and for some reason, Jimmy is the great boogeyman around the NFL.
See, but now I'm going to sound like I'm going to defend Jimmy for a second here. But if the Deshaun Watson trade had gone swimmingly, had gone everything they thought it would be, top 5 quarterback and everything, you know that Jimmy would not be getting any of the credit for this.
Yes. Yeah, no. And
that is part of being an owner in many ways.
And I honestly,
but I find that part of it interesting as well.
I think Jimmy is like the perfect guy for everyone to unite around outside of Cleveland, and even some for Cleveland. This is not what I'm saying, what Tom thinks. I'm saying with how Jimmy's being treated. And again, it sounds weird that I'm defending someone that I think has had his hand in the mess over the last couple of years. But people that don't like Jimmy traded for a guy with 20-plus sexual assaults, sexual assault lawsuits, they still don't like Jimmy Haslam. Nothing has changed there. People who were pissed at Jimmy for handing out the first fully guaranteed 5-year, $230 million contract in NFL history are still pissed at Jimmy. And that includes other NFL owners. In a way, Jimmy just, as of right now, does not have a lot of people are still pissed about the Brook Park Stadium thing. There's a million reasons to just blatantly bash Jimmy instead of looking at the evidence of old Jimmy Haslam would have fired these guys after year one of the failure.
But he's trying to not be old Jimmy Haslam. That's part of this whole conversation as well. And
but he's not getting credit for that, which I think is weird.
No, and I don't think he'll get credit for that for a very long time. It would have to be another 6-year run with another head coach where he doesn't fire him when he should have 3 years prior before I think the league will recognize you get credit for this. Is that the best defense, though? What Tom laid out right there, if you're trying to build a defense for Stefanski and Barry to both keep their jobs selectively, is that the best that we can do?
Yes. By the way, I disagree with the defense. I think I could pick it apart, and I have tried to pick it apart here. But yes, I think Tom found, I think, the one road that you can go down when it comes to, hey, why not bring these guys back?
The only one I can think of, and it might not even qualify as a better defense of what Tom gave out, but one that would at least make more sense to me for if they're both back next year, is if this was the plan the entire time. And I've told you this before. I really do believe it's a small chance. There's a very small avenue that this exists, but the avenue would be that this was, in fact, a 2-year tank rebuild, whatever you want to call it. They weren't trying to win a lot of games, and they've executed that plan. Part of that plan being, though, we can't make it as obvious as 1-31 was. We have to still put on the front face that this is going where we are trying to win games, and we just happen to fall into this. Do that with whatever information you can and try as best as you can, but ultimately pull off a 3-win season in back-to-back years. And in that case, they both keep their jobs because they are executing the plan perfectly.
I think I definitely have seen the idea of, guys, why are you upset that they're 3-12? This is all going according to plan. And my rebuttal would be, you have to know how to build a roster that won't win, but that can still compete. Not all 3-12 starts to the season, or if it ends up being 3-14, not all 3-14 seasons are the same. And I think this systemic failure from both guys, one, to make the Deshaun thing work, not building around him, not building an offensive, not building a system around him soon enough. From Kevin Stefanski and from Andrew Barry, you neglected the most important thing if you're going to have quarterback instability, or there's a chance of it, which is your line play. And that all came to fruition. All of this year, all of it is fallout from the Deshaun thing. That's why it's impossible to say, well, we plan to do this. No, you plan to succeed with Deshaun. And if you wanted to build a competitive but not winning team, you'd still put together an offensive line out there that could have that wasn't washed. You would have drafted and developed replacements for the guys who were going to go off into the sunset this last year.
I don't even know that you would have, but the idea that the plan could have changed easily after the first 2 years and they realized Deshaun wasn't it. Like, that's where, like, it was painfully obvious to anybody that wanted to pay attention, and I think 99% of people listening did. After 2 years, Deshaun was too broke, too injured, and also too not good at football for this to ever work. And so, like, if there was another plan after that they would have started to execute, that's where I'm saying I could see that being a reality that we'll never find out because they don't admit to these things, and we never get anything beyond this. But if Stefanski's back next year, it's the only thing I'm left to believe. Not that Jimmy Haslam all of a sudden felt sorry for him because of the Deshaun Watson fallout, because that doesn't pass for me.
I just continue to come back to, you could have been a top 5 pick, top 7 pick, and still put yourself not entirely behind the 8 ball. If the goal was to be bad, there are many different ways to be bad. You were relatively non-competitive for about half your games this year. You can't plan for that. That is a version of tanking that you would then be lucky to win 3 games, and I'm uncomfortable with kind of maybe positioning it that way. I don't.
Well, they did get lucky to win 3 games.
No, I actually think they're unlucky. I think they should have won more games. I think bad special teams play, bad game management, bad coaching is why they're a 3-win team.
Well, I mean, but that's all with the team that they put out there, though. Like, the bad special team stuff that's encompassing to the roster. That's the idea that they all of a sudden, hey, Gage Larvidan, you're our punt returner, when Larvidan was on the practice squad and then had been elevated to try to do just that when that's not really something he should have been asked to do. Like,
Are you giving Bubba Ventrone the Peterlin Pass?
Oh, am I making the case that he didn't have the roster and the players? I'm saying you probably shouldn't have beat the Packers because they're a much better team than you are. And so you're realistically, I can give you the Raiders win. They absolutely stink. I'll be generous with the Dolphins win, although they turned it around.
What about the Jets loss?
Yeah, you probably should have been able to have that. So, like, are we splitting the baby here?
What about
even the Jets loss, though? I don't know. But I don't know. Like, I mean, again, you're a 3-win. You're a 3-win team.
Yeah, but you're a more talented team than they were. I think a
3-win team is accomplishing the goal. Like, that's. You're accomplishing. If that is the goal, then you would be hitting that, because 3 wins gets you the first, second, or third pick most years.
I think any defense of this organization, both in this year and the previous 6 years, feels like mental gymnastics to me. It does. It just feels like we're trying. Wow, but I think
it's a defense. I think we're just trying to figure out how they end up with both their jobs next year.
I think we're trying to reverse engineer something that is illogical. That the logical thing here with Stefanski and Barry is you got 6 years. People are acting. I'm not saying Withers is. I'm not saying you are. But there are people who, when you talk about Stefanski and Barry, acting like this is a Greek freaking tragedy. They've only got 6 years. They haven't had their quarterback. It's like They had 6. It's the NFL.
You don't get this long. I get it.
No head coach has gotten 6 years from the Browns since Marty. Since Marty freaking Schottenheimer. I was a toddler.
Yeah,
last time a coach got 6 damn years.
6 years and 1 playoff win is not good enough for anybody unless you're named Mike Tomlin.
That's good. I like that.
Okay, good. I'm glad you liked
it. It's a 10-1 team.
It was done for you.
Does go to the playoffs.
It was done for you.
But no, I mean, I think like, and by the way, that's not just the Cleveland norm, because I think it's where Cleveland has been abnormal in this whole process is when they would only give coaches 2 years. Jimmy Haslam has broken that cycle of dysfunction.
And I think he's done enough, by the way, to tell the rest of the NFL. And again, it might take another coach before this really sets in, but he's on the pathway of telling it, if you take this job, we're not just going to take you for a year or two and then run you out. He's making inroads on that. A 7th and 8th year, you don't need to do it. 6 years is plenty enough in that regard.
Tom Withers says he wants to hang on, can make the case for hanging on to Stefanski and Barry. And I listen, I thought he did a great job of presenting his case. I just come back to, you don't fail to this degree. You don't close Super Bowl window number 1, and everybody gets to be a part of Super Bowl window number 2. I think we're going too far in the direction of patience, peace, love, and happiness. Maybe it's a Christmas spirit. Maybe it's not. I don't know. If this is where Jimmy Haslam's head is, he's trying to beat a narrative about him. And the only way he can really beat that narrative is start winning some games consistently and stop have successive seasons of 3 wins, right?
Nick Cabot walked in the door there with Super Bowl window number 2.
I'm ready for
Welcome to the holiday party. Eggnog's in the corner. We're drinking till 11.
Turns out that Super Bowl window number 1 was number 2.
There it is.
Have some sense.
Hey, we're having fun.
The Peterlin Pass coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving. A free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give. Yes! And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Would you be mad if Elise spoiled a present for you?
No.
Really?
Yeah, that just doesn't bother me. It just, I don't know. I've never, as a kid, I used to spoil presents for myself. I would unwrap presents and then I would rewrap them, and I would just then act surprised on Christmas.
Oh no,
that doesn't bother me at all.
To me, the surprise is the best part. Vanessa this weekend, Vanessa was kind of needling me about things I had put on my Christmas list.
Yeah,
and I started getting annoyed because it was just something. It was basically something to kind of like finish off my office. Been very excited about this idea. Thought about it for a couple months. Even though one of the things is like a record player, even though we have one in the living room, but it's like, well, sometimes I want to listen to records in my office and just kind of sit back and have friends over. And so she kind of was like being overly aggressive about it. I was like, then don't get me one. And she responded, I said, don't get me it. And she was like, well, I already did. And I didn't talk to her for like 4 hours. I'm still mad.
Well, for some people, and I guess you probably fall into this bucket as well, is like the surprise is just as much fun as actually receiving the gift or any part of the gift.
Yeah, like, okay, I'm not going to be, okay, she's not going to be like, hey, I just bought you this brand new truck. We're not that couple. We don't have that kind of money.
With the big bows, the obnoxiously large bows.
So anything that she can get me,
I
can get for myself. So it's more the idea of I love.
Well, you guys I imagine share a joint bank account too, so you're really buying your own gifts at this point.
Yeah, exactly. So it's more like I like the idea of, hey, these are the things I want. Go ahead and tell me what you think I should get. Mm-hmm. So the idea that she did that a week before Christmas, I'm still a little hot about.
Elise bought me some things, and then a couple of the things she was like, don't look at our Amazon account because they're there. If you see the orders list, she's like, just don't do that. And it's like it doesn't matter if I stumbled upon it. It's not going to shape me one way or another.
We do have to find a better way for Amazon to, once you've ordered things. I realized today I forgot some of the things I bought Vanessa.
Yeah.
I need to go on the Amazon account. I don't know what I'm going to uncover, though. And I think that's
I know. We need to have like a separate, some way of figuring that out. Also, we need to get better when it's... So Amazon, what I like about them, and they're great, is that when you order a gift off Amazon and you send it or you receive it, because I told you I'm in charge of wrapping all these presents that Charlotte receives, they come with a tag that says like nice gift from whatever, and it's got a little present on it, right? No one else does this for some reason. Like, or at least if they do it, they're awful at it. The amount of gifts I've had to be like, geez, who did this come from?
Yeah.
I can't even begin to guess who this came from. And then I'm texting family members like, was this from you? Was this from you? Hey, do you think this might have been from you? It's an absolute pain in the ass.
Let's get to the Peterlin Pass. Rhymed.
There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
All right, the pass is going to go to Ravens fans wanting a new start without John Harbaugh. You joked last segment, or maybe not joked, it was rather serious, the idea that you don't get 6 years without with one playoff win and get to exist. Well, for John Harbaugh, that is 2 playoff wins in the entire 2020s. And there's a different measure here that I think we have to use, not just the lack of playoff wins, but also the idea that in each of the past 3 seasons, there's been a spot in that year where they have been the Super Bowl favorites. For this year, it was the preseason Super Bowl favorites, and they just have not lived up to the expectations or really anything that has been set forth. And in the meanwhile, through all of this, I am getting the feeling that Lamar Jackson is over John Harbaugh.
I think that's fair, and I think, listen, if you fired Stefanski and they fired Harbaugh, I would be all over Harbaugh as the next head coach. But if I feel like things have run their course with Kevin Stefanski, it makes sense that you've been a Super Bowl favorite each of the last 3 years. You haven't been to a Super Bowl. And here's the other part. You might be a year or 2 away from having to make another decision on Lamar for his next contract, so you might change the environment that he's in just to see if you can find a coach to get him over the hump.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 18 years. You don't get these jobs forever. And I like John Harbaugh's approach to it when asked yesterday through the media. He had a complete understanding. Like, Tomlin got defensive about it.
Yeah.
Tomlin got very defensive and lashed out, and has since continued that lashing out, by the way, after their win in the Lions game, making pointed comments to basically tell Brooke Pryor, take that for all you get, for all it's worth. And Harbaugh was like, listen, sometimes you have these jobs and then you lose these jobs. And if this is what this is, this is what this is. I think he knows, though. I think he messed up. I think this season has gone horribly. And Lamar, by the way, having that rib injury and not going back into the game on Sunday Night Football didn't help, because it basically signaled that Lamar was done with this year. And the idea that he messed up in a big-time way in a must-win game by not using Derrick Henry for the final 10 minutes of that game, it's been a bad week for John Harbaugh.
Can we also be very honest that part of the reason why I'm okay with them wanting to move on from John Harbaugh
is because you want him here with the Browns?
I want him more than any other coach that they
more than Tomlin. Oh, I was going to say more than any other coach.
More than any other coach that might get fired.
I gotcha.
Or that's out there. Like, I would want John Harbaugh more than I would want Robert
he
Saleh.
Instantly goes to the top of everyone's boards, I would imagine. It's a pretty lackluster class out there.
But that's kind of why this is the time to do it. Because, like, your biggest competitors are going to be Atlanta. Oh, Jimbo can't throw $20 million Harbaugh's way and outbid old man Arthur? Hey, would you like to go ahead and have the number 1, number 2 pick make your decision on the quarterback, or would you like to go coach Kyler Murray?
It's got to be football reasons. Harbaugh is just like Jim, I would imagine, in that they're not motivated by money. That is not like Jim Harbaugh has gone out. Tell me you don't believe it. Just tell me you don't believe it then.
I've been an American for 40 years. I don't believe anyone's not motivated on some level by money.
Disagree. We've always disagreed on this, though, because I don't feel like, maybe just who I am as a person, money's not the motivating factor for me. Like, it just isn't. It refuses to be. I work in radio. I would never make the case that money's the motivating factor for me. And so, like, I think Jim Harbaugh loves this more than he loves anything, football that is, and I think John isn't too far behind that. But plus, also, he's made so much money at this point.
And work for $1 a year.
Well, you don't have to do charity.
No.
It's an NFL property that's making a bunch of money. You don't have to do it out there for free.
If you want to, guys, I do this for free.
No. Not saying that.
Prove it.
Not saying he has to do it for free or anything like that, but he's not going to be like...
He's made so much money, though.
He's not going to put himself in a worse situation for an extra $6 million a year.
I bet you he would. $6 million a year? Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's one Chip Kelly.
What, Chip Kelly? I don't know that he would. Jim Harbaugh remains staunch in that that's not what that is for him.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is John cut from the same cloth? How much is John Harbaugh?
The milk steak.
Unfortunately, we don't have coaching salaries at our disposal in the NFL. We just never know what the numbers are. I would bet you've coached for 40 years. You've coached the Ravens for 18 years. John Harbaugh's worth $100 million.
I bet you, Jim.
You think his reputation's on the line for $6 million a year difference?
I bet.
Doubt it.
I bet Jim Harbaugh, when the Spanos family offered him a contract, said, take $3 million off the top.
No, you know what it was?
I don't
they
need that
offered him a
extra
deal, and he said, no. It's as simple. He said, I believe in Justin Herbert. I'm going there. The Bears offered him all sorts of money. He didn't take the Chicago job. He took the better job.
I have not seen
He took the job
offer
with
letters.
Justin Herbert. Ask Kevin Warren. They existed.
Oh, yeah, Kevin Warren. That guy's reputable.
He's the president of the Bears.
The guy that's going to move the Bears to northern Indiana? Yeah, that guy.
In this discussion, he is as notable as it gets in
that
this
guy
discussion.
Wouldn't lie to you. I'm going tinfoil hat Johnny here. That's what I'm doing.
You're just making things up now is all you're doing.
Money doesn't matter, says millionaires.
I don't think... Yeah. I think he cares more about his football reputation than he does a $3-4 million difference.
I told that to the city of Wadsworth when they came for my trash and energy bill, and they didn't accept that. When I was like, hey guys, I'm sorry, I don't think of things monetarily.
Listen,
they just shut off my power.
Just because we don't have $100 million in the bank to be like, all right, I can leave $3 million on the table, doesn't mean that these guys don't.
No. When my dad, who is bohemian, said money didn't matter to him and they were living paycheck to paycheck, I believed him. Rich guy that's literally can buy and sell any one of our houses while on the toilet on any given day, without checking with anybody, can just buy it. And when he goes, money doesn't matter. Show me how little money matters.
This is all one big play to try to get him to accept a job that Haslam then offers up $25 million a year. I'm seeing behind this. You just want to put the Browns in play, and so it's commendable. Your heart is telling you how do the Browns get in play in this, and you know Haslam can throw out a bunch of money, but reality sets in. If a chance to coach Joe Burrow is much more appetizing than a chance to be the coach of the Browns.
This is it's a cousin to Odell Beckham Jr. being like, $100 million really isn't $100 million. Yeah, so it's $40 million. You're still an idiot. Like, I'm basically poor now. No, you're not.
I'm not seeing the similarities.
You're basically poor.
I'm not seeing the similarities.
It's people talking out their ass about money. Not saying you are. Not saying I am. Saying rich people talking out there. Sorry, relatively well-off people talking out their booty.
I don't know that you're as motivated at this point to cash in an extra $3 million when you made $100 million. Meanwhile, your whole reputation's on the line in the football world.
This was America. I'm sorry. I thought this was America.
Not everybody thinks the way that you do, buddy. Not everybody thinks the way that you do.
We're all very modest about money in this country.
Not everybody thinks the way that you do, man. There are definitely. And by the way, you're dealing from the position of I already have more money than I could ever spend.
I guarantee you, he spent a lot of the money he's made.
John Harbaugh?
Yeah,
he's made $100 million. How much do you think John Harbaugh has spent?
$3 million left. $3 million left tops.
All right.
The Peterlin Pass.
Then Haslam, get it done. Okay, the ball's in your court. Haslam, get it done.
That's the way.
If all
finally
it takes
browbeat you enough.
If all it takes is money, we've really acquired a lot of people and resources throughout the years. As Haslam has, been basically an open piggy bank.
I didn't say he was good at it. Some think the stakes are high for the Cavaliers.
So much money. We ended on Kevin Stefanski 6 years ago.
That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drop.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan, live and on demand now.
John Fanta coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. We got Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 today. But it's basically a hump day, a football Friday, an F-off Friday, and just a normal Tuesday all in one day today. And that leads us to the exciting docket that we have on the books. Christmas Day basketball, Christmas Day NFL. Which way you leaning?
I'm leaning towards Christmas Day NFL, but I feel really guilty about it, and I think that's the hard part that I'm having. Like, this NFL slate, Nick, is the absolute... It couldn't get worse. It's just, it's a lot of suck on the docket, and I don't know what to do with that information. We have backup quarterbacks versus backup quarterbacks, games that don't matter. It's Dallas, Washington, Detroit, Minnesota, Denver, and Kansas City. It is a cornucopia of games I should not have interest in. Meanwhile, in the NBA... Now, 8 of the 10 games involve, or 8 of the 10 teams are on the Western side. They're all Western teams, but like Donovan versus Darius, or Donovan versus Jalen should have been the end-all, be-all. We should have been talking about this as if this is a great measuring stick game, all these type of things. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I'm going NFL all the way. I think I'm out on the NBA for right now.
You're just out?
It's not even just the Cavs.
They're just so upset with what's going on. Okay, so it's not the Cavs. What is it?
On any given night, the NBA sucks. The games aren't watchable. The games, it's ISO ball and bad defense. Like, it's sloppy. Like, there's nothing. And don't roll your damn eyes, Jax. Like this.
Oh yeah, Jax hates this.
We finally reached a point where the NBA's unwatchable. Don't ask me. Ask a guy that played in the NBA 15 years ago. He'll tell 15 years ago.
That's definitely not you.
That's when this started. When all the damn league started to fall apart was about 15, 20 years ago. And by those dudes, by the guys who were like, I want to wear a headband and oversized
jersey. Those dudes
jersey.
are always cranky about today's NBA, though. Like, meet someone that played 20 years ago that isn't cranky about today's NBA.
Listen to Michael. You know what? Listen, I don't stand for a lot of things Michael Jordan stands
NBA,
for.
It's just one big complaint fest about the current NBA.
And they're right. It stinks. I'm gonna watch a French alien, not a literal alien, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna watch a French Martian.
Wemby versus the team that won the finals last year in the Thunder. That's a 2:30 game. That's pretty good basketball.
I'm going to lecture you on existentialism, but first I'm going to shoot a 35-foot 3-pointer.
Yeah, the 20-year-old French kid doesn't get to me when it comes to like hearing him have his takes about ethical basketball, which he totally, by the way, just stole that from Mobley. That's all he did. He came out and was like, we play ethical basketball. And I'm like, we heard Mobley say that months ago.
I just think the NBA stinks.
He's just ripping off content is all it is.
Now, when we get to playoff basketball, I'm all in.
So this is what this has become. You just now only like playoff basketball.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I'll watch. Listen, we're going to get, once football's over, we're going to be watching a lot more NBA than we're happy to say. I'm going to hate watch it, though. I'm gonna get when I'm real jonesing for some real sports in the middle of February, and we're watching the day before the NBA All-Star break, and literally no one cares. I'm gonna be there.
I mean, I once told you they jack up too many threes for my taste at this point, and I think you said like, get your old man off the lawn.
Yeah, I think the problem is since then they've started jacking up more 3-pointers.
And they've only increased the volume in it.
We get
more and more each year, set new records as far as more 3-pointers that are taken.
Do you know where we are with the NBA? Where baseball was 4 years ago, where there were 3 true outcomes.
Okay, so what you're saying is, well, we need to speed this game up. So maybe do like what they're talking about with the FIBA stuff, where you go shorter quarters. But they actually radically changed the game. What is basketball going to do to radically change the game?
I want to slow the game down. I want the pace dropped by about 15%.
Okay.
Do we have to ban 3-pointers? Do we have to do that? Do we have to limit? Can you only take 25 3-pointers a game? Do we need to alter the
amount
shot
of
diet?
3-pointers. Okay.
By the way, I don't like the idea. I'm just saying, like, that might make the game more watchable.
I mean, it's Dak Prescott versus whoever Washington's going to throw out there.
Yeah, no,
at this
NFL
point.
smut is better than the best NBA regular season game you're
Lions
going to watch.
team that is dead against Max Prosmer.
I don't like any of this. I
And
don't
the
like
Broncos
having to have
versus
this take.
a Chiefs team that scored 9 points in a loss last week when they had like 15 guys not even playing because Patrick Mahomes is injured and the whole thing is gone. Like these NFL games,
they could end up being great.
These NFL games stink.
Yep, and everybody in those games is going to be playing hard.
Stink.
You want to go back to the times of Taj Gibson and J.J. Hickson battling on the post rather than watching like a 7-foot dude who can dribble between his legs and shoot over anybody?
By the way, you just mentioned Taj Gibson.
Yeah, you're talking about 15
like it was
years
like
ago.
a throwback. That wasn't even the best post matchup 15 years ago. Did not involve Taj Gibson.
Go back to that.
Jax was like
NBA.
8, to be fair.
To be fair,
was a really tiny.
Yeah.
You were really tiny at that point.
I was thinking
as far
like,
back as we can expect Jax
like
to go.
Shaq versus Tim Duncan. I was thinking
Jax wasn't around for that. For some of that, you were.
Celtic Shaq and
Bismack Biyombo versus. No, I'm kidding. Now I'm being a
He still plays.
He still does poorly.
All right, Jax, you love the NBA, I think, more than any person I've ever met on planet Earth. Give a defense of what this. And this, by the way, this is a slate. A good slate, not what the NFL slate was, but a Cavs-Knicks game might end up stinking. That might be a clunker. But it's Spurs-Thunder, which is awesome. Mavericks, Cooper Flagg just put up 40 the other day. Like, he's incredible.
Christmas game.
Yeah, him against
said
Golden
Draymond
State.
walk out on the Warriors last night.
I don't know what that was.
I mean, come
Oh
on.
my God!
He just
By
left
the way,
the bench.
I've seen that plot. I'm done with that. This is the 15th time. This is Grey's Anatomy. The Warriors are Grey's Anatomy.
He left the bench.
It's the same plots, only now we're heightening it with like.
He ejected himself from the game. It's not even like the refs didn't do it. He did it himself.
Yeah,
and didn't come out.
Draymond-
He didn't come out for the rest of the game.
In fairness, Draymond 10 years ago would have punched Steve Kerr out like a real man.
He leads the league in
The
turnovers.
sissification of Draymond Green has happened.
KD.
Congrats, woke ones.
KD versus LeBron.
Luka on
KD
Christmas.
versus LeBron, they're 97.
And it's still must-watch TV.
It's not. No,
LeBron
it's
just
must
had 30,
avoid.
35 plus the other.
LeBron's played like
Lakers
12
seems pretty fun.
games.
It's a great game.
Kevin, oh my God.
Rockets-Lakers seems pretty fun to me. And then I don't know about. I mean, Timberwolves versus Nuggets is it's Ant versus Nikola. Like that's a fun game. It's also
That's
10. It's
another
also
thing.
10:30. So I don't
that's
need
another
it.
thing.
I don't need it to be great. I don't need it to be great.
The NBA stinks. It does. And I hate to be this guy. I hate to be the guy because 6 years ago, I would have been the guy saying, get off my lawn. This is fun. Enjoy the NBA. But where we've gone in 6 years, 3-point palooza has gotten to a point. The lack of contact, and the look at me Louis in the NBA, who I'm going to say it right now, are more interested in being TikTok superstars than they are NBA players. I'm out.
I will
You
say
got to
this.
get me back in. I went from center of the court to being on the baseline.
Malik
That's what the
Neighbors
NBA's done.
On TikTok, making TikTok videos about how he doesn't have a girlfriend. It's worse than any NBA player's doing.
You're
Who is
like in the
Malik
video
Neighbors.
screens in the pandemic.
Yeah, that's a wide receiver. Who
He's not
cares
even
about
playing.
wide
He's not even
receivers?
playing right now. But the point is that I think there's people out there that are listening and agree to you, by the way, and agree with what you're saying. I think the NBA regular season on a night in night out, like I just went very passionately with the Draymond story from last night. But Jax, nobody's talking about that outside of people that like consume a bunch of daily NBA content. Like I have not seen as little attention paid to the NBA regular season than what's happening right now.
It's just not good.
Like,
and I don't want to be this guy. Can I just stress this enough? I hate having to be this guy. It's unwatchable. Style of play stinks. Everybody's playing at a ridiculous pace. There's no thought. There's no actual like gamesmanship or game theory going on. Coaches are yelling things from the sidelines. Do something that makes sense as somebody jacks up a 40-foot three-pointer that makes no damn sense. I hate it. I hate how bad it looks.
Well, what's funny to me, though, is they're going to try to take back Christmas Day. Like, this is their big push. They're going to, for
they're
years,
gonna lose their ass.
Well, for years, they just laid down. And in fact, they moved it to the idea that their, like, MLK Day was going to be their new Christmas Day because they'd waved the white flag. They'd given up the fight because the NFL had come in there and just basically punched them down in such a big way. And I still think all these bad games, they're still not going to be able to make a dent in the NFL in this.
That's because Jax has never seen Byron Mullins versus Derek Favors.
We will watch
the golden age of NBA bigs.
I can't believe it, though. Our eyeballs are going to be on Max Brosmer over anything that matters. There's going to be a collective amount of people in the millions that choose Max Brosmer over Kevin Durant versus LeBron James.
Because we've seen that one before. But LeBron versus Kevin Durant is Fast 9.
Well, so is this why maybe it's not as good?
We're going to outer space now, guys.
So have they not done a good enough job promoting the next level of player? Because I think you're onto something there, and it's something I've said before, that idea that they're doing it now with Wemby, but for years they went back to the cash cow that is LeBron, Steph, KD, and just kept throwing that in people's faces, and they did it in such a way. I get it. You got ratings, but you did nothing to keep the conversation moving for the next generation, and now you're in a little bit of a spot where even trying to get people to get on board for Wemby versus the reigning NBA Finals with SGA and the Thunder is not hitting the way that people want it to.
It's because everyone knows they've loosened the rules so incredibly loose that 40-year-olds can come in and score 25 points a night. Like, that's just not... And again, kudos to Kevin Durant and kudos to LeBron because their stars do mean something to the NBA. But why the hell am I going to watch it? Oh, hey, LeBron's 80% of who he was 10 years ago, and Kevin Durant's 65%. Cool. Let me watch that guy make sure he gets his 30 points a night. Woo, doggy, that's good basketball.
I think for a lot of people, I hate to say it, Jax, but for a lot of people, it's not even a question of what's going to be on the TV this weekend.
And I hate...
Or this Thursday.
That it's not even in the question. That's the thing that I can't stress enough.
Well, you don't sound like you hate it, but that's neither here nor
No,
there.
because that's hate coming through. I'm so annoyed.
You don't sound annoyed.
And also, Cavs, can you start playing hard again last night? Can we just do that? I like this team.
Last night was a good game.
We got one. We got one game. They played hard.
That was a good game. That's not the game to get on them for. That was a good game last night.
By the way, that's a great message for throwback basketball fans. DeAndre Hunter got popped in the face once, and he turned into freaking Michael Jordan.
The post-game interviewer was like, do you need to get hit in the face before every game? And he laughed as if, like, that's not a bad idea.
Shouldn't you get in on that theory?
He's like, that's not a bad idea.
Weren't you the guy that wanted to bring back hitting people in the face in America?
And look what it did for him.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Yeah.
You're welcome, DeAndre Hunter.
Think about it. If I could guarantee you a ratings check every 3 months and all that has to happen is we both get punched in the face, we'd sign up for it.
Yeah, I'm very pro being hit in the face, though. I don't know. I don't
believe you are. I think you're pro hitting someone in the face, but I don't think you're pro getting hit in the face.
I've said I basically name your celebrity. Anybody in the world can hit me for $1 million. Name whoever you want to name out there. I'll have my jaw look like
Daniels.
Jake Paul's. Sure. If the $1 million
but she's not
check,
going to hit you with her fists.
Whatever. If the $1 million check comes through at the end of it, at least they'll understand what's going on.
I don't think she will.
For $1 million? We're getting to indecent proposal vibes here now is what we're getting to. For $1 million? We're fine.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, talks the Browns, Kevin Stefanski's future, and what he's seen from Shadore in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
As penalties decline.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up in 1 hour's time, Nick and JP back with you. Are you choosing Christmas Day basketball or Christmas Day NFL?
Will you tell Fanta your take on the NBA?
Yeah, it stinks. Fanta, just so you know, and we're going to get to John Fanta here, NBC Sports Cleveland's own. The NBA's finally jumped the shark, John.
I'd love his thoughts on it.
It's unwatchable. The pace is ridiculous. Too many three-pointers, and nobody plays hard on any given night. And you don't know who's going to play on any given night. You can't even trust the two best teams in the NBA on any given night to have a good night. Even those games stink. John, what say you?
Well, look, I think that the league has the issue with the availability of players, and I can understand where you're coming from there. I would say that, the Thunder had gotten off to, this is non-Cleveland related, but the Thunder had gotten off to that 25-1 start, and the loss that they took to the Spurs, which was in the NBA Cup, which is a different level of discussion, but watching that game, that was a really well-played, fantastic basketball game between Wemby and San Antonio, who I think is a really intriguing team in the league, and Oklahoma City, who's this giant and could be the next wave of a dynasty in the league. I think when we see these players and when we see the marquee teams play, the quality is fantastic. It can deliver, and there's never been more offensively gifted. Like basketball in general, the offensive side of the ball is just favored. There's an advantage to it everywhere you look. Do I think that the league has some issues? I think the league has actually gotten a little bit better than in previous.
John, you put Nick to sleep, unfortunately.
I get it. If you disagree, you disagree. I watch the NBA.
The game stinks, John. Just admit it.
Yeah.
Compare it to 10 years ago.
Yeah, the Christmas Day slate in the NBA is better than the Christmas Day slate in the NFL.
And yet more people are going to watch the NFL.
They will. No, they will, and I get that. Football's king. But the quality of play in the NFL has struggled this year.
And it's still better than the quality of play in the NBA.
Yeah, but that's not the art. You asked me. You asked me about the NBA. I'm not saying that I mean, if you guys came out and said which one are you going to be watching? I mean, I'll be watching both. But I think I'm intrigued. I'm a hoop head, so I'm intrigued to watch the Spurs and Thunder play twice in the next 3 nights because I think that's going to be. I think that will be the league's rivalry for years to come. Ultimately, I mean, obviously in Cleveland things have not gone well to this point, and it's been tough to watch. But look, the NFL's king. Like there's no second debate for that. If you want to start saying that you like baseball more than the NBA because every night who's playing, who's pitching, all that, and that's your argument, I get it. I think the NBA has a regular season thing that they got to figure through. The NBA playoffs, though, are still very, very good.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it so interesting, though, is that like the NFL slate is just a nothing burger, and people are choosing Max Brosmer over Kevin Durant versus LeBron, and that's an interesting. Yeah. It's an interesting place for the NBA, and I do feel like they haven't lost me in the regular season, but it is an interesting spot when someone like Nick, who does like the NBA, likes the NBA playoffs, is just out on the NBA regular season right now.
Right. I would say this though. Do you guys think that there will ever be, and my answer is contrarian here to the question, so I'm not leaning a certain way, I'm just telling you guys. Do you think that there's a world where the NFL 5 out of the 7 nights or 6 out of the 7 nights of the week is a bad thing? Or no?
Oh yeah, definitely. You can have too much. Yes.
I disagree.
So
I think you could split.
I'm going to tell you right now, that's going to happen. Like, I would almost guarantee that. You heard it from me first. The National Football League within the next 4 or 5 years will have a game on 6 out of 7 nights.
I will
going
go
to happen.
John, I'll go even one step further. I've said previously, and I still believe this, you can expand the league to 40 games or 40 teams, split the league in two, and have a fall and a spring league. And the NFL wouldn't miss. It would continue to grow in popularity. It'd be a year-round thing.
I think the problem, John, is that once you realize you can miss a game and the world keeps spinning, I think that's a big problem for the NFL. And I think when you expand out to that many games, the way that they've done in moving now to 17, and they're going to get to 18, and they're probably going to by 20 by the time this whole thing is done, and then you also put it on 6 or 7 days a week. The idea that you can miss a game and life moves on is not a good thing for the NFL or an NFL fan to realize.
Yeah, and maybe this is the very point with the NBA. If you go down to 56 games, you go down to 45 games. I mean, I don't know what that looks like. But I do know if you decrease the games, you've just increased the need, the urgency, the level that your regular season needs to hit. Because at the end of the day, you cut the games by 40%. And all of a sudden, I got 40% less games that I can miss or that I can take a night off. And now I got to play because if I don't, we're going to miss the playoffs. So maybe there is an element to that. Baseball seems to have fought through that. Like, I do think within this argument, you got to give baseball credit because I think the pitch clock has helped enormously. I think it capitalizes during the dead summer window very nicely. It becomes a soundtrack to our summer. And I think the league, I mean, as I say all these things, the league is going to have a lockout after this season in all likelihood. It seems like it's inevitable, which is just classic baseball. But, yeah, I mean, maybe that's just it. You never want your sport to have dilution. You never want to look at your sport and say, this does not matter. This game ultimately doesn't really matter. And that the NFL just has to be careful with their business model because here's the thing. Netflix is going to want a regular season night, right? NBC would take multiple regular season nights. Disney would take multiple. Anybody would. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
John, we've got 5 starts in for Shadore Sanders, 2 starts to go. Do you lean closer to him being the favorite for the starting job heading into 2026 or the 2026 offseason, or do you lean closer to him being off the table as a potential starter in 2026?
No, I'm on the table. I mean, he has to earn the job. And forgive me, guys, I'm in downtown Newark getting ready for a Big East game tonight.
Oh yeah, back at the alma mater. Congratulations on the call. It's got to be a whirlwind moment for you.
Yeah, big game. Two guys that were invited to my wedding, playing each other. So the personal elements of the game. I think I'm on the table with Shadore Sanders being in the mix to start for the Browns. On August 1st, I don't think he's the starter for this team. I think it's going to be whoever the new coach is and whatever the new regime is, they're going to say, look, he showed us something. He did some good things. We've brought in a veteran, or we've made this signing. We're going to name a starter after 2 weeks. I don't think that and I don't blame Shadore for the Browns' issues, and there's a lot more to be blamed than Shadore Sanders as to why the team continues to lose Sunday after Sunday. The biggest of which is that they have kept the special teams coordinator employed. So I just can't understand that for the life of me. But I think it's on the table, guys. It should be on the table. He's done some things that do make you say, well, that's a professional move. That's a professional throw. What would that look like with a real offensive line? What would that look like with a real wide receiver room? Give him a chance to succeed. Give him a chance to succeed. Right now, with very little chance to succeed, he's made the Browns interesting. They're interesting to watch. Does he make mistakes? Yes. Do a lot of people in his seat with this offensive line and with this coaching staff, which has lost me on the offensive side of the ball, would they make mistakes too? Absolutely. He has earned himself a candidacy, and he could be the fit. I'd put it at 55% right now. I'm not ready to say he's a lock as the starter week 1 next season. I want to see him earn it and show it and continue to make progress, but he's absolutely in the mix for that job.
It feels like right now, John, the general consensus is Andrew Berry's safe, Kevin Stefanski won't be. If that's how the chips fall, is that enough for you?
I don't get that. I just don't. I don't get it. I also don't understand a lot of the observations that are coming out of that building from people that I respect the heck out of. But like, why isn't the pressure cooker been on, guys, on everybody involved? It just feels like, Stefanski's going to be the guy that loses his job, and there's obvious reasons why, namely the record the last 2 years. But you could see this roster is flawed. It's flawed. It was flawed from week one. And it goes beyond just signing Deshaun Watson. And if that wasn't Barry and whatnot, and, that was the owner, and the owner really wanted it to happen, so he takes ownership for that, fine. But then that doesn't absolve you from all the other things you've done. And yeah, he did hit it nicely on this draft class. I give him credit for that. I would also say this. Like, yes, those guys have performed, and it's hard to perform in the National Football League. But if not them, who was it going to be? Like, the fact is, yes, they've all had good years, and Fannon's had a great year. And I'm impressed. Schlesinger's been fantastic. But those guys, they've had to play. And not every NFL team would have that structure with that much pressure on the rookies to do this. It's invaluable experience, but my point is, how? This will never be lost on me. How in a span of 23 months have you gone from being the NFL's hottest team, best feel-good story, playoff team? We went into the playoffs 2 years ago and we said, anything can happen. Anything can happen. They just blew out Houston. Why can't they go to Houston and win? The moment that they got their behinds kicked that afternoon in Houston, the organization has taken a free fall. I don't care what you think, what you counter. I know this much. You made a trade with Jacksonville on draft night. Yeah, you ended up with talented draft class. You made that trade thinking we're going to have 2 top 10 picks potentially in 2026. I predict the Jaguars will be in the AFC Championship game. So that goes out the window right there. They're already a playoff team, and I think they're going to make a real run in the playoffs. Well, to me, that's not a great trade, just being honest with you. I don't care who we got. I wouldn't have made that trade. And you've made mistake after mistake in other areas. You don't have the free fall over the last 24 months that you've had and continue to stay employed in the NFL. Also, when does it ever work when somebody keeps the head coach or keeps the GM and fires the other? And now you have 2 people who are forced to work together by a marriage. It doesn't work. They need to reset the whole thing. And they probably won't do it, but that's what I think needs to happen.
I think the Jags stink. I think they'll be one and done in the playoffs, and I think whether that's the 32nd pick or the 20th pick, I still think that's a successful trade.
Well, if you're one and done in the playoffs, then it's going to be 20 to 24th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think so, but whatever. It's fine. If you want to argue that you would have done that trade again, that's fine. But you both know when they made that trade, we were thinking, oh my gosh, they could have 2 of the top 8 picks in the draft, right?
Well, yeah, but the point is, you still have an extra first rounder, which is pretty invaluable if you have a talent deficiency, yes? It's still a good trade.
And you got Quinshawn out of it, too.
You did get Quinshawn Judkins out of it, and he's been great. And this rookie class has been terrific.
You do not want to fight me today, and I want to fight John.
We've been jonesing for a fight, John.
So you would keep the GM?
I don't know.
No, I wouldn't. I said I'd fire him a long time ago. I agree with you on that premise for sure. So
we're not fighting.
Well, this wasn't my fight. I just inserted myself.
I just thought the Jacksonville trade was a good trade still. I think that was my fight.
Okay, if you want to argue that, that's fine. And I'll concede on that. But I'm not conceding on, it's just, there's no other team that would have this record the last 2 years. And you would say, that side of the building, they're doing a nice job. We're going to keep them around a little bit. Okay.
How many coaches did you invite to your wedding?
College basketball coaches were the ones that were invited because that's where I'm most closely aligned with. I would say I invited 8 coaches.
How many attended and who gave the best gift?
4.
That's a good ratio. You got 4 college coaches to go. That's a good ratio.
That's the fancy pull right there.
That's pretty good.
One of the no. I did only because you asked. No, one of the coaches gave a very generous 4-figure gift that was not necessary, is what I will say.
Is it Patino, and was it a bag of cash?
I was thinking Patino too. And also a bag of cash.
It was not Patino.
Some gift cards to an Italian restaurant.
I'm not going to go down that road on this Christmas Eve, Nick and Jonathan. I thought this was a family program, or though that went right out the window a long
we
time
didn't
ago.
say what he did at the Italian joint.
No, we just said he likes to go there. That's all.
My highlight of 2025 on this show is definitely the unicorn bit, because you two could not control yourselves over that, and things went sideways.
You're doing a Spotify Wrapped for your call-ins now?
Yeah, I am.
You talked most about Shadore Sanders. Number 2, the Cleveland Browns. 3, flip-flopping on Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah. Spotify Wrapped is what one of the co-hosts on the morning show does every morning to your show. So,
that's we do like that.
That's what we're doing there, fans. And just like that, you got me back.
Is this an airing of grievances on Festivus or not? Are you guys bought into Festivus? Are you Seinfeld guys?
Like Seinfeld, think the Festivus thing in sports talk is massively overplayed.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, okay. So that goes down the drain there. No, I think to put closure on this, you can't possess the track record that the people in that building have said, and say that to the reporter out there. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that I don't trust they have good sources or whatnot, but I sometimes read when people are like, yes, this person is more than safe or really safe. You two know this. You're not safe until we've gotten through Tuesday after the regular season ends. If we get through Tuesday and then whoever was employed still has their job, then I would probably say, all right, well, that probably means that they are going to, be staying put with the organization. So I don't think anyone is safe. I think that they're going to have to take a hard look in the mirror of where they want to go trajectory-wise. But I think it's time for a total reset of this org.
You talking about 92.3 The Fan or the Browns?
Oh, no. The Browns. I love 92.3 The Fan. 92.3 The Fan is outstanding.
Good save.
No,
Good
the
save.
Browns.
That's not going to make Barrett Sports Media. Good call.
No, it will not make Barrett Sports Media.
They're too busy judging everybody and how they sign off their radio shows.
Hopefully the hotkey of you guys are special will live up to its billing in 2026 as well.
John, you're special, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thank you, John.
You guys are too. Merry Christmas, Cleveland. Have a wonderful holiday, and maybe the Cavs will bring us a win despite Nick Wilson sleeping through it.
Merry Christmas, John Fanta. And by the way, baby Fanta's first Christmas. I bet you Rick Pitino got him a bag of cash, too.
You just did. That's the only thing Pitino knows how to give.
Well, no. You're not going to get me.
Easy now.
You're not going to get me. John Fanta, NBC Sports on the Fan Hotline, will react to what he had to say coming up on 92.3 The Fan.
COVID-19 will just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
All right. I don't know why we have to do this again. It's Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah.
All right. I've heard it all across the station today. I'm not calling anyone out specifically.
You should probably call them out.
And certainly not somebody who's working on the show right now, whom we love and respect personally. It is Quinshon Judkins. This whole station.
Well,
like
who
the
just
guy
said it
broke
wrong?
his leg. Is that not enough injustice in this world? You got to mispronounce his name again?
Did they do the Junkins thing?
It's Junkins. Junkins. No, it's Judkins.
Oh, I didn't tell you. I went on with Pony today, and he kept saying Shadore's name wrong.
How did he say it?
Well, the way he always says it.
Shadore or Shadore?
Yeah,
I would never
more
go.
like Shadore. It's more the second than the first.
I just don't get it.
And I almost want to stop the interview and be like, if we're just going to do this interview, you just keep saying it wrong. But there's no context there. He wouldn't understand any bit of the idea that he needs to get that right.
See, this is why you're too nice. All right?
Yeah,
we need to
in that
shame
instance,
people
yes.
into getting these names right.
I know. So who said Junkins?
Almost everyone.
You just said shame people. What shames the people?
I've heard.
Who
no,
said
no.
Junkins?
No, because right now, if they're listening to the station, they know who they are.
Tough talking Nick Wilson over here.
They know who they are.
Oh, yeah, you should call out Pony. This is I would. Come on. Now's your
No,
chance.
because then I'm going to look like the misogynist at the station for the two names that came to mind today.
Or they'll never work. Well, here's your opportunity, man.
No, you know who you are.
Here's your chance.
All I'm going to say is, this is my Christmas present to you. I'm not calling anyone out by name, but I will call out his name, Quinshon Judkins. Quinshon Judkins. Okay, messed up at the end.
I thought you were going to mess up at the front. So the fact that you even made it to a third time was...
But I still said Quinshon Judkins. I don't know why we're doing this. I just do not know why we're doing this.
You mean in general?
No, I know why we're doing this.
It wrong.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
It's the, I don't know. It's like, it's Mike Holmgren. No, guys, it's Mike Holmgren. Okay? We don't have to butcher names.
He's going to be here for a very long time, you would imagine.
And they're going to mess it up for a really long time. That's what's killing me.
No, I got that. So, I mean, I like to resolve things on the air. Should we have the person come on in, whoever that was? Was it Jax?
Jax, say the name.
Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah, we know it wasn't Jax. We got a lot of reasons to know it wasn't Jax.
Actually, if he did, it'd be on purpose. That'd be purposeful disrespect, yeah.
All right, well.
Disrespect means disrespect over there, Jax.
I don't think it was Jake Murrin. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Well, no, I don't know who it could be. All I'm saying, because it's not anybody
who
just
else is
working.
On the show?
It's not just anybody working right now.
I know Jax. Jax is like, are you not getting it? You think I'm
It's across the station.
You think I'm a child,
I've
Jax?
heard at least 3 people today say Quinshon Junkins. And
that was as mean as anything I did to Jax last week, by the way. Yeah, he tried to be like, it's talking about that person.
Nope. No, it wasn't. No, what you did to Jax last week was the most cold-blooded thing I've ever seen.
I said I was sorry, and I meant it.
Funny. Like, you know me. You can, if it's the biggest jerk move in the world, but it's very funny, I'm going to side on, well, that was funny. Well done.
No, the problem is you've kept it going. It could have died. We went water under the bridge. And
I told everybody at the holiday
party. You told everybody. I mean, everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
You know why?
You made that like your story of the night.
Because then it was my way of being a D to you. It was like the circle of D.
I got that. I understood that. Didn't appreciate that. We could have let the story die. It was going to be buried. It was like a 5 o'clock story on a Friday. It was going to be buried.
And in fairness, could have let the Quinshon Judkins mispronunciations die too, but we didn't.
No, we didn't. So
here we are.
No, we didn't.
And I have to shame people. Listen.
You know who else does this, by the way? Coach Riz also says his name wrong.
He does.
Like on a consistent basis, he gets it wrong. And it's like, Coach, we got to... So, all right, I named it. I shamed the person. I feel like now, batter up. Here we go.
3 people on the station today.
Man, who else?
3 people.
Somebody in the morning then? Or someone in the middays?
At least one person in the middays, and then no comment on the third person. But somebody said Quinshon Junkins.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there, guys.
But the point is...
They'll only run for 1,500 yards, and you might get it right.
No, I don't think they will. Again, we never got Holmgren right.
This is like Shadore, though. This is Shadore with Pony. Like, for some reason, it just doesn't click in certain people's brains.
And if fans get the name wrong, I can handle it. You don't cover the team every day. But if you're on the station, can we just get the damn name right? Can we just get Quinshon Junkins?
Oh.
Kins. There's no way to. Judkins.
See, now you're doing it so much. You're not only screwing yourself up, now you're screwing up everyone that's
just
listening. Everyone's now doubting what it actually is. It's like how I'm going with Tyler Shuck right now. Is that so many people have called him Shook and have gotten it so wrong that I doubt myself every time I say it. I'm like, wait, it's Tyler Shuck? I know this is right, but now so many people have gotten it wrong that I question myself every time.
It's because of Nick Shook. Nick Shook is throwing everybody off. Cleveland's own guest on the station. NFL Daily Podcast, Quinshawn Judkins. There, we got it.
You got it.
Teamwork makes a dream work. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Mark Malusis with an Odyssey Sports Minute paid for by NHTSA. Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Mets president David Stearns has had an interesting offseason. Gone is Brandon Nimmo, Edwin Diaz, Pete Alonso, and Jeff McNeil. Met fans are concerned that the Mets...
is at 7:30. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
What do the next two games mean for Kevin Stefanski? This is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We'll talk with Albert about the fate of Stefanski and Barry. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? We'll also get his take on all the other openings. Could John Harvey?
Where does that even come from?
It's just funny that I was just such an a-hole about Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah, and it's just, hey.
The Lord, He provides.
Yes.
Provides retribution for my stupidity. But will John Harbaugh have a job in Baltimore in 2026 as well? Let's get to The Lead. John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour. We asked him which way he's leaning on Shadore Sanders starting for the Browns in 2026.
I think it's on the table, guys. It should be on the table. He's done some things that do make you say, well, that's a professional move. That's a professional throw. What would that look like with a real offensive line? What would that look like with a real wide receiver room? Give him a chance to succeed. Right now, with very little chance to succeed, he's made the Browns interesting. They're interesting to watch. Does he make mistakes? Yes. Do a lot of people in his seat with this offensive line and with this coaching staff, which has lost me on the offensive side of the ball, would they make mistakes too? Absolutely. He has earned himself a candidacy, and he could be the fit. I'd put it at 55% right now. I'm not ready to say he's a lock as the starter week 1 next season. I want to see him earn it and show it and continue to make progress, but he's absolutely in the mix for that job.
I mean, yeah, this could have gone one of three ways. The first way is he is unequivocally the starter for the next year. The second way is Dylan Gabriel's Latin life, where you are definitely not the starter for next year, and there's no coming back from that. And the way that I think he currently resides, which is it's on the table. It's on the table that you're the starter for next year. You've done a lot. You've shown a lot. People want to see more. And unless you take a quarterback number 1 or number 2 overall, you're probably going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that people are banking that the Browns are going to get a top 2 pick. That only happens if they lose the next 2 games, and I think after Sunday, you have to at least be open to the idea they might win at least one of the next 2 games. And when it comes to Shadore, I think we've moved the bar so impossibly high in expecting this kid to be the franchise savior. He's made a bunch of plays. He has made a fair amount of mistakes, which is fair to say. And he's teased a potential that if you make the context around him better, it's not hard to imagine him being a really decent starting NFL quarterback in year 2. Mm-hmm. But the amount of people who skipped past, it's his first start to we no longer treat him like a rookie. And certainly a rookie starting with the worst iteration of the offensive line we've had in a good minute, with a defense that is come back all the way back down to earth. I just think it's interesting that people just don't want to talk about the context around Shadore.
Defensive side of this is interesting too. Last 4 weeks, they've been a completely different version of themselves, and I mean that's the bulk of the time that Shadore's been starting, and so he is. For all the areas he has not gotten help, he hasn't gotten in that area, and we don't talk about that nearly enough.
I'm sure that's probably Shadore's fault to some people out there.
I'm sure it is. Deshaun Watson's practice window expired today. Kevin Stefanski announced that he'll stay on the PUP list for the last 2 weeks of the season.
We will not activate Deshaun, so he will go to reserve, back to reserve PUP, but really proud of the progress that he's making, doing a really nice job in the meeting room, on the field these last few weeks. I've gotten to see him just work so hard, whether it's in the training room, by himself in the indoor with the trainers, on the practice field now for the last bit, but just felt like this was the right decision for him and for us, and his focus will continue to be to help this football team and continue to get healthy and get stronger and all those type of things.
I never saw a reason to activate him this year with 2 rookies here, with what this season is. I didn't see it was a benefit to him, and I didn't think it'd be a benefit to the Browns either. And the only thing it really would have done is upset everyone. So I lived in my fears that they'd be desperate to prove value for Deshaun Watson, and I will give them one single kudo that they didn't do that this year.
I don't think they deserve the kudos. I'm going to shift your kudos over to Shadore.
It's a single kudo.
I ship the kudo.
No kudos.
I ship the kudo to Shadore, because if Shadore had played really, really badly and just looked as unplayable as they tried to say that he was early on in the season, if he'd looked that way for 3 games, 4 games, whatever it is, 5 games, the final stretch here this couple weeks, I think, would have gone to Deshaun Watson. And I think because Shadore showed not only that he deserves to be the starter, but deserves to have looks at this, I think he shut the door on Deshaun coming back. I really believe, and I will believe for a very long time, that was their intention with Deshaun, if in fact he was a break glass in case of emergency, and they didn't have to activate it, and that's a good thing.
Denzel Ward voiced his frustration today as he felt like he could have returned from his calf injury last week against the Bills.
I had felt good last week, felt that I could have played. I had told them that I could have played, but I think they did a great job just protecting me, really. They trainers and everything just telling me just where the placement of where it was at and everything, it wouldn't hurt just to have another week of rest. But yeah, I felt good last week where I felt I could have played, and I'm going to play this week for sure.
So what were those discussions like? You told the team you could play, and then they said they didn't think it was best. So what's that back and forth like? And then were you comfortable with that decision?
I was frustrated with the decision, honestly, but I respected it. I respected it coming from the professionals on our team. I told them I was feeling good, but I was able to play. If this is playoffs, we need to get this game. I'm available. I'm here and I'm ready. But we're just really looking at, I got an MRI scan and looking at the scans of it, and just the severity of what it could be if anything worse were to happen to it. Yeah, we just came to a mutual agreement about just giving it another week to rest and everything. But like I said, I will be out there this week.
I mean, he says he could have played. He probably should have been playing then. But the Browns obviously threw up the caution flag and decided that they didn't want him out there, and so he obliged. He's a good employee. I guess he just obliged. I don't know. It's weird commentary.
I understand that people are going to do this to the tanking side of things, and I get it. It's one of those things where if you see it, you see it. If you don't, that's fine too. I don't think this is as big of I think these conversations happen all the time. I think it's so weird. I think we're so not used to players saying things that are truthful, or they're saying things that aren't fed to them by the team, that we get shocked when we hear something truthful from a player. I think there's a world in which there was a difference of opinion on whether Denzel should play. They wanted to protect the player, and that was that. I think this is a pretty normal thing that happens when a player wants to play. Players should always want to play, and the organization goes, we're going to hold you off one extra week.
I guess the part that it kind of got me a little ticked is the idea that Denzel said if it was a playoff game, I'd be out there. And it's and so that speaks to the idea that he understands how meaningless of a game last week was. But for someone that is, and yourself is a big advocate for trying to get as many wins as you possibly can, and what that does for culture and what that does for the environment of it all, it just that commentary went counter to that logic.
I would just say, is the Bills game worth the Steelers and Bengals game if he got re-injured? Because I don't think that one game would be worth the final 2 games of the year and him playing. I think that's more how I think about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I looked at it like he was ready to go, and so to assume an injury there, I just wouldn't have. Mary Kay Cab at Cleveland.com on with Baskin and Phelps today. She explained why she thinks that Andrew Berry is 100% safe from being fired this offseason.
Just based on, all you have to do is look at this rookie class. 3 of them were just named Pro Bowl alternates. One of them, Carson Schlesinger, is going to be NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. Another one of them, Quinshon Judkins, is a candidate for Offensive Rookie of the Year. So I really do think that Andrew knocked it out of the park like Jimmy wanted him to do this year with this draft. And it's not even over yet, because as we know, they still have a first-round pick out of this draft, basically from the trade down, to spend on whatever they want next year. It's in the low 20s right now, but that even hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I think Andrew Berry has been bad at his job for 6 years, and one good draft shouldn't overcome that. Why I'm not going to protest all that hard when Andrew does have a job and Kevin doesn't is I really don't want Jimmy Haslam left to his own devices to make this decision by himself.
And he will be, and that's why I really believe at this point, I think where Andrew Berry is safe is the idea that Jimmy Haslam trusts him, and Jimmy Haslam, that is now his new guy in the building. That's it. That's the new guy that he goes to. It's the new guy he trusts. It's the new guy that's going to be right at his right-hand side. And so because of that, you get to keep your job. It's an unfortunate truth in life at this point is that sometimes the relationships you build matter more than what your performance is, and sometimes being good at your job isn't really the indicator of whether or not you get promotions or anything else. And so, like, Andrew Berry just has the same situation a lot of people in life have. He buddied up to the right person.
Stop looking at me when you're saying that.
There's no one else to look at right now. But
worked very hard for this job.
Life is
boss
about,
at a time.
That's it. Life is about making sure you make the right person believe in you. And right now, Jimmy Haslam believes in him in a way that I wouldn't if I was Jimmy Haslam.
The Cavs snapped a 3-game losing streak with a win over the Hornets last night. You would have thought they won the NBA Finals. Darius Garland was asked post-game.
Wait, they didn't?
They did not.
I thought they were all the way back.
Nor was that the NBA Cup. Darius Garland was asked post-game about how the Cavs can build off the win.
Keep the same confidence, the same intensity on both ends of the floor, and try to get better and better each game. I mean, this was a great start just to get us going, since we have been on a little stretch that we don't like to be on. So it's really good to see everybody happy in the locker room. No boos in the crowd. So that was really good, and a lot more cheers. So trying to get back to Cavaliers basketball, man.
I'm glad we can joke about the crowd booing you on Friday nights. I'd still be livid about it if I were them. I wouldn't be laughing about it. It was a better game, much better game. DeAndre Hunter looked good. Darius has actually put together now 2 solid games in a row. Hopefully they're trending in the right direction. Hopefully this is a sign of things to turn around. I think the next game will matter the most, though.
I mean, you turned, a 8 point win over the Hornets into a big deal. It could be, but you got to beat the Knicks, and you got to put together, it was great just to win again. It was, because it wasn't even just 3 straight losses.
And then there were times, they were up 15, and then the Hornets closed the gap, so the lead doesn't look as big than the final result, but, there were stretches in that game where you thought they're going to blow this.
It was cold outside. But, it was,
yeah, okay.
But I just have to say, okay, that was fun last night. Now, prove it's more than just fun last night.
Yeah, and you can do one night in the NBA, and we can call it a fluke. You need to do it on Christmas Day, and then keep going, and then you play the Rockets after that. There's enough opportunities for them to prove themselves that this was more than just one game, and it was just a one-game nothing burger.
Albert Breer, MMQB, in 5 minutes. We'll talk the fates of Stefanski and Barry, maybe John Harbaugh in Baltimore, and so much more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Summit Sound. Wouldn't it be great to remotely start your vehicle from the convenience of your home or your office with just the press of a button? Remote starters starting at $419 installed. Family-owned. Roger and his team, they've been installing remote starters, the CompuStar brand, since 1999. And when you go in there, you find out, like I did a few weeks ago when I got it installed in my car, you find out that
brought to you by the Ohio Turnpike.
This update, a service of the Ohio Turnpike. We're reminding you this holiday season to wear your seatbelt, obey the speed limit, put your phone down, drive sober, and please give our snowplow drivers plenty of room to work. Let's all have a safe, wonderful holiday.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. Just a few days away from Christmas, having fun today. We do have Lance Reisland coming up in about 40 minutes. More on the latest from the NFL. But you guys know what Tuesday at 5:20 means. It's time to talk to Albert Breer of the MMQB on the Fan Hotline. Albert, Merry Christmas, and welcome to the show, buddy.
Merry Christmas to you guys and everybody out there.
Well, it's great to talk with you. I guess with 2 weeks to go, the Browns at 3-12. Previously, Jimmy Haslam had said another 3-win season wouldn't cut it. How much do the next 2 weeks matter to the futures of Stefanski and Barry?
It's tough to say. I don't know if a clean sweep is coming. It doesn't sound that way anyway. And, I think at this point, if you're, if you're Jimmy, if you're, that the people who are in Jimmy's ear and talking to him on this stuff, you've already had some of these discussions of what this looks like after the season. And that's, I think a lot of that stuff is gonna incorporate everything that's happened thus far, and I just don't know at the end of a 3-12 season what you're going to show in the last 2 weeks that's going to blow you away. They haven't given up. I mean, they fought and they played the Bills last week. That was, I thought, a lot better effort than they showed the week before in Chicago. So given that, I really thought they rolled over against the Bears. But I still sort of have that feeling that, at the very least, this feels like it's the end of something. And, what level of change that is remains to be seen. Is that Barry stays, Stefanski goes? Is that, Barry is moved into a different sort of role as part of a restructure? I think there are a bunch of different outcomes on the table. And I don't know that Jimmy really knows what he's going to do yet, So, those discussions, I would assume, I don't know, but I would assume those discussions have started to happen already. And, now I think the last two games kind of become the backdrop for whatever's next.
I think with Stefanski, I agree 100%. The idea that I don't know that he knows what he's doing yet, and I can't find anyone that reports on this stuff that will concretely say one thing or another. But with Barry, what I do find interesting is whether that is Pelissero and Rap Sheet over the weekend, or whether that is Mary Kay Cabot in the past couple of days, and really now for going on a week, saying that Andrew Barry's 100% safe. That, I think, is interesting, and that feels like that's the concurrent read on that. Do you feel that way as well?
I don't know if it's 100%, because again, I think, the reason I always hesitate with that stuff is because it's well, what level of coach are you looking for, right? Are you looking for a young guy? Are you looking to hit a home run? Are you looking for Andrew Barry to be intimately involved in the coaching search? Is ownership going to run the coaching search? I think Andrew would have a voice in the coaching search if there is one. I think this thing can take on different forms. And, we've seen before where teams have come out of Black Monday with a general manager intact and a coach gone, and then that changes, right? The best example, I think, is Kansas City in 2013 when, they went forward with Scott Pioli, and then the idea of getting Andy Reid became real. And so then they wound up walking away from Pioli to accommodate, Andy Reid. This past year in Jacksonville, if you guys remember.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, in Jacksonville this year, Trent Baalke was the GM, I think, for it was 2 or 3 weeks after the season ended. And then they just ran into too many people that didn't want to work with Baalke. Now, that won't be the case with Andrew Barry. I can promise you that. It won't, because Baalke's name was sort of mud in the view of a lot of coaches. But, it kind of got to the point where a lot of people had said no. And, the one that they wound up wanting, Liam Cohen, showed some willingness to come if there were more total changes, And so, Actually, in that case, it's interesting. Like, if you really want to study this stuff, you know, like one of the reasons Liam Cohen decided to reverse course and leave Tampa and take the Jacksonville job was because they were going to let him help pick the next GM, which was a rare opportunity. I think the last time that happened with a first-time head coach coming in was with Kyle Shanahan in 2017 in San Francisco. So, like, it's very, very rare, right? Like, so it's just kind of like, I would say it can look different. You know what I mean? Like a couple of weeks into a coaching search than maybe it does right there on Black Monday. So I don't think the plan right now is to walk away from Andrew Berry, but I think, you know, what his role in this is and kind of what the structure of the organization looks like coming out of this, all that is still to be determined.
Albert, we've heard if Kevin Stefanski's fired by the Browns, he's going to be a prime candidate elsewhere. So given the dearth of quality names out there, like meaning there's no Ben Johnson or Mike Vrabel as of right now in the coaching market, would there be a trade market for Kevin Stefanski?
See, that's an interesting question. The problem with that is that if you're holding on to him, can you conduct a coaching search concurrently? You know what I mean? Like, and I think you'd really be threading the needle there, where it's like, if this becomes a competitive market and you don't know who you're hiring, right? Like, let's say you go in and say, we're going to have an open mind. We're going to look at, like, the young defensive guys, like your Jeff Hafleys, your Matt Burks, Anthony Campanelli, Jesse Minter, you know, those guys, Chris Shula. We're going to look at some young offensive guys, maybe a Grant Udinski, who'll be early, but in Jacksonville, Joe Brady in Buffalo. We're going to look at some ex-head coaches like Mike McCarthy and Matt Nagy and Brian Flores, right? Like, so, like, let's say you do that. Well, like, there are other teams that are going to be going with that same approach, and do you want to be behind those other teams, you know? Because I think it would take some time for Kevin Stefanski to figure out where he wants to go. You'd have to, like, sort of thread the needle there and give him permission to talk, and then you work out compensation. So, like, are you putting yourself in a competitive market where there's far more demand than there is supply? Are you putting yourself in a position where you're going to be behind some of these other teams and getting to know the candidates out there? It's an interesting question, and I understand what you're saying. But it almost feels to me like this would have to be more like a team being more proactive about it. And as much as I think he'll get another job, I don't know that somebody's going to come in on whatever that Monday is, January 5th, I think, whatever that Monday is just going to come in and say, hey, here's a first-round pick and a fourth-round pick for Kevin Stefanski. Like, I don't see it playing out that way.
On the topic of coaches that could potentially be on the hot seat, with John Harbaugh directly was asked questions yesterday about it, and he addressed it almost in like a if it happens type nature. Are you hearing any whispers? Is there anything behind the scenes about the status within John Harbaugh and what eventually could happen at the end of the season?
So I'd be pretty stunned if he was fired, right? Like, I don't think that's going to happen. Would he walk away? I don't know. I think he loves that organization. He loves that place. There is that question. He's been there 18 years. There's always the question, like, is it time? You know, I think, like, in these sorts of situations, similar to Tomlin in this way, where like does something like force the conversation? I think we've talked about that with Tomlin, right? Like, where the age of the roster and the need to eventually reset the roster is going to eventually force that conversation with Tomlin, right? Like, so like when TJ Watt and Cam Hayward and Jalen Ramsey and Aaron Rodgers and all those guys are gone and you're going through a more thorough reset, like, that's when, you know, you have to sit down and say, okay, like, Mike, do you want to go through a real rebuild? And then they have to ask, is Mike the right guy to lead us through that rebuild? And then you start to have that discussion. You know, with Harbaugh, I don't know that they're at that point where there's like that organic, like, yeah, we have to make a decision on him now. One thing that could push it along is if somebody else comes along with a draft pick and says, like, we want to get him out of there and we want to give him something to think about. So I guess it's possible that somebody could think creatively and do that in this cycle, decide they don't like they don't like what's out there on the market, and let's see if we can go pull him out of there. You know, but I don't think he's going to be fired. I don't think he's just going to voluntarily walk away.
Albert, if the Browns do move on from Kevin Stefanski, will the Browns' job be a coveted one?
I mean, there's only 32, right? Like, so like, there's that piece of it. I think like that's a little bit of a TBD. Now, I'm sure you guys have heard the same thing I have, right? Like about Kevin potentially moving into DePodesta's old role. You know, I've asked about that specifically. Are they going to fill that role? And I was told no. The chief strategy officer role. But like, could Andrew Berry be in like a president of football ops role with a general manager underneath him? Could they like reimagine the whole thing a little bit? I think that's possible. And if that happens, like, I think the attractiveness of the job then is about like, okay, like, well, what does the rest of the operation look like? They don't have a long-term answer quarterback right now. So that might put them behind, you know, a team like the Giants, a team like the Titans, depending on what you think of Dart or Ward. You know, but there is young talent on hand now, and you do have 2 first-round picks. So I think there is the opportunity, if you're a young coach, to go in there and sort of create your own thing. You know, like, you're not inheriting a ton of pieces that you can't do anything with, you know? Like, you've got a couple of older guys in Garrett and Ward, but like, those guys are like, I mean, guys that any team, any coach would want, you know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how this one stacks up with the other jobs. I personally look at it like, for me, if I was a candidate, I would look at it and I'd say a really good class going into its second year, 2 first-round picks, a couple of veteran star players, ownership that's willing to spend and do what it takes to win, like, despite, you know, things having gone sideways over the course of their ownership. And so from there, it will kind of come down to, am I comfortable with Andrew Berry? And am I comfortable with the structure that they're setting up? Can I bring in somebody on the personnel side that has the same vision as me? I think those would all be questions that you'd be asking if you were a coach looking at that job and you had options maybe other places.
Albert, obviously I can't have you like be like, hey, go inside Myles Garrett's brain. So your opinion on this. The idea that we haven't really heard Myles be a distraction or really come up with any sort of complaining like he typically does this time of the year when they're a 3-win season. Do you feel like the going for the sack record has been a good distraction for Myles when it comes to that?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think he also probably has a self-awareness to know, like, I can't, you know, there's a little bit of like a period where I can't complain because I signed up to be back here. I took the money, you know, like, so I think he understands that piece of it. I'm sure that going for the sack record gives him something that's going to continue to motivate him through the end of the year. And I don't know that, like, I mean, Myles is a different dude, but I don't know that, like, you know, like I don't know that effort's ever been a problem with him. I wouldn't say so, right, guys? Like, you know,
the effort's always there.
Yeah, the effort's always been there, and like, he's always had like the desire to be a great player. It's always shown up in his play. So yeah, I think probably has more to do with, like, I just signed the contract, you know, and like, for right now, at least I understand it's probably going to come off poorly if I complain about being here. But I mean, who knows? Like, here's the other thing is, like, if you're, and I've talked about the idea of trading Myles, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're a new coach, maybe you come in and say, like, look, like, what can we get? Let's get for him. Like, let's at least think about this. Let's think this through, you know? You know, it's just an interesting place for Garrett and the team to be in. And I'm sure Garrett wants to chase championships. You know what I mean? Like he said he did last year. And I don't think the money changes that, you know? Like, so, you know, with new leadership coming in and with Myles, I think he's 30 next week. Is that right? I think.
Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah.
Right. So he's like turning 30. Like I think all things. I think if, you know, like I think there's like enough that could change within that organization, and we'll see if maybe Kevin's back. But if it's not that, then I think that does open the door for further discussions on what the future is going to look like for everyone involved.
Albert, Ryan Day took back play calling for the majority for the rest of the playoffs here. Do any concern that this is an act of desperation or maybe panic from Coach Day?
No, because I think he was like, I mean, I don't know, guys. I watch pretty closely every week. I think he's pretty involved in play calling, don't you? Like, I don't know that he like really fully pulled back from that. I think like last year when he had a more experienced play caller and Chip, he did. But like from what I understand, he was really involved in the play calling in the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like it sounded to me at least like yeah, not that Chip wasn't involved. Chip was involved, but like, Ryan was really involved once they put their foot in the gas, and we remember what that looked like in the playoffs. So I'd be curious to what changes things. What happened last year.
I almost did the whole. we almost did the whole interview without asking about Shadore, but I wasn't going to let that slide. Like Nick even did like an Ohio State thing.
You can't let that slide. You can't let public enemy number one off the line without asking about what's happening with the case, right?
Well, but I'll leave it as open ended as you want. What is your take right now after watching again last week, and then with 2 more games left? Where do you sit with Shadore?
Yeah, I got to watch a good bit of that game, and I'll be honest, like I can't watch every Browns game all the way through. Like, so generally I see them when they play against the better teams, just because of how I juggle everything on a Sunday, and you're trying to pay attention to all 32, but you get to the end of the year, and it's like there are certain games that you're paying closer attention to than others. I would say, what I see now is a guy who has grown and is a little calmer in the pocket, and a guy who has figured out like how to make some things happen with his legs. You saw him move the chains in some key spots against Buffalo. And I think like the best thing you can say for him is like, it doesn't feel like he's getting over his skis too much. Like, it doesn't feel like he's trying to do too much and knows his limitations, which is good. Here's the thing. It's like, I do not think like you can go into 2026, regardless of who's coaching. Like, I don't think you can go into 2026 with Shadore Sanders as your quarterback. Like, yes, lock, stock, and barrel. He's our guy. Let's go. But what I do think you could do is you could bring in a veteran. If you don't like the quarterback class, like let's say you're not in position to draft the one you like, or you just don't like the class in general, whether it's Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, whoever else is available, because I don't think it's a great class. I think like Shadore gives you a piece that like, you could throw into a competition with a veteran in 2026 and see what comes out of it. Like, he's done enough, like, at least for me, to say, okay, like, I'm not going to stake my entire season in 26 on him. But depending on the circumstances, he's valuable in that he gives us a little bit of flexibility in what sort of quarterback we're looking for when we go out on the veteran market and we go out and try to find one in the draft.
Albert, great stuff, buddy. Hopefully we get. Hopefully your Christmas
Was
this
that
year.
fair, by the way? I don't know. Like,
very fair.
Yeah, I actually think the gap between where you are and where we are is pretty nil right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like. I don't know. I always, I think you guys deal with the same audience that I do on that, and they're an interesting group for sure.
I think on both ends, very interesting group there. Both sides of the extreme there. Hopefully get another Ohio State national championship under your Christmas tree this year, buddy. Merry Christmas to you and the Breer family. We appreciate you all year long, buddy.
Thank you, Albert.
Yeah. Merry Christmas to both of you guys and Keith and everybody else behind the scenes, and then everybody out there in Northeast Ohio.
Good man, Albert Breer there, MMQB on the North Olmsted, and that's not what we call it anymore, the fan hotline. He got me in my feels. We'll react to what Albert had to say about Kevin Stefanski, John Harbaugh, and Shadore in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Bookman & Son. They're here for you all year round. I know, because I've been to the other guy. That's who I first bought jewelry from. They were barely there for me when I went to buy the jewelry. But then go back 6 months later, see if those prices still apply, right? Because it's all a game, right? You can come in here and get this price. You come into that doesn't happen at Bookman & Son. All right, whether it's buying jewelry, whether it's just coming in, seeing the selection, customer service stuff, or whether it's getting a ring resized, whether it's getting a diamond replaced, whatever it is, guys, Bookman & Son are here for you all year round, and they do so with the best bedside manner in the business, with a no is okay approach. Trust me, when you go to Bookman,
Pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Mm-mm. Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
I don't know if a clean sweep is coming. It doesn't sound that way anyway. And, I think at this point, like if you're Jimmy, if you're, that the people who are in Jimmy's ear and talking to him on this stuff, you've already had some of these discussions of what this looks like after the season. And that's, I think a lot of that stuff is gonna incorporate everything that's happened thus far. I just don't know at the end of a 3-12 season what you're going to show in the last 2 weeks that's going to blow you away. They haven't given up. At the very least, this feels like it's the end of something. And, what level of change that is remains to be seen. Is that Barry stays, Stefanski goes? Is that, Barry is moved into a different sort of role as part of a restructure? I think there are a bunch of different outcomes on the table. And I don't know that Jimmy really knows what he's going to do yet.
That was Albert Breer joining us in the previous segment. There was a lot of really good stuff in there on Stefanski's future, on if somebody would trade for Stefanski, John Harbaugh's future, a little bit of Ohio State stuff there as well, Shadore stuff as well. But specific to that, if Jimmy Haslam if we're going to play by the letter of the law and play by the idea that Jimmy Haslam hasn't made his decision up about Kevin Stefanski specifically, I would imagine the next 2 weeks should mean an incredible an abundance of something.
Well, and this is even on things that are outside of his control, right? Like, again, we talked about Harbaugh potentially opening up, but like maybe there is a part of this that could just be what other coaches pop up that they didn't even know was going to pop up.
Oh, I just meant if you win the next 2 games and Shadore looks like $1 million, what are the 2 things we know that Kevin Stefanski is being graded on? Don't win only 3 games again, and how does Shadore look? So I would imagine 2 more wins.
Yeah, for myself, I just don't know that it carries that much.
No, not for you and not for me. But if Jimmy Haslam's truly on the fence about this, and you see this team finish strong, they played Buffalo right down to the wire. You beat Pittsburgh and you beat Cincinnati. One team that is clearly in the playoffs going to win the AFC North, and the other team that is still playing for something. Joe Burrow expected to still be playing at that point. If that doesn't matter to you and Jimmy Haslam, then why didn't you just fire Kevin Stefanski 3 weeks ago?
Again, and this is all playing on the premise of the idea that he hasn't made up his mind yet. It's tough. If it was me and if it was you, we would have had him fired already. If you're Haslam and you're on the fence on this, you just got no backbone if you're going to let 2 games decide the whole entire fate of Stefanski. I mean, what a spineless thing.
I think one of the things you and I talked about, and this is to be fair to things that I've said previously, the whole point with Kevin is you have to compete the whole season long. Now, I feel like the terms and conditions on that have been voided because of how many times you've been blown out. But what have we seen countless times in December with every head coach who gets fired? Is they go 0-5 or they lose the final 3 games, they get blown out in every game. If the opposite of that happens, theoretically, you can spin that forward as, hey, we still think these guys believe, and we think Kevin has earned that. Again, it's not what I would do, but I do think there needs to be...
And describing this, though, hasn't led me to believe more to the idea that it's all up in the air on Stefanski. If anything, in describing this, it has made me believe that the decision's already been made. Because you're right. On the surface of it, you're right. If it's still up in the air, then winning the next 2 games and Shadore looking awesome should tip it in Stefanski's favor. I don't think it's going to end that way, though. And so because of that, I have to believe it's already been made up. He just hasn't vocalized it to anybody that matters.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think there's a reason you don't say with 2 weeks to go, I've already fired him, we're just letting him play out the string. There's a lot on the line here, and it wouldn't be incredibly fair to Kevin to do that, and you would kind of neuter your chances of watching these young guys compete. So it's like just because we haven't heard that it hasn't happened doesn't mean it hasn't happened in Jimmy Haslam's mind. But I continue to come back to the idea of, like, even I know people aren't going to like Andrew getting a promotion. And guys, I'll be honest with you. If you think Andrew's gonna replace him with John Dorsey or some other GM that you really like, he's probably gonna replace him with Glenn Cook or Cat Hickman.
Probably, but the more interesting part of this out of Albert, at least for myself, was the idea that when it comes to Andrew, who everyone is saying 100% safe, think about Jacksonville last year. Think about what happened with the Chiefs. You're safe until you're not, and you're safe until a new head coach that you want, and this is your white whale of a head coach, decides, you know what, I don't really like Andrew Berry that much. Oh, you know who I do like? This guy, and I want him to be in charge. And in that case, Jimmy Haslam might just disrupt everything for it.
Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, in 5 minutes to talk Shadore's performance and what he's seeing on tape from your Cleveland Browns on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan.
at 7:30. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes' time, the Stefanski Show. Get ready for Coach Kev ahead of the Pittsburgh game tonight at 7 o'clock. But speaking of coaches, it's Tuesday. It's 6 o'clock. I have digested the burger he bought for me. But let me just tell you, this man is a man you want to beat in a burger bet, because this man didn't buy me some small patty that didn't get me where I needed to go. He bought me a real damn burger, and he bought JP one as well. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, on the Fan hotline. Coach, you done good. You done well.
Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm glad, some losses are better than others. I also enjoyed a burger, so it was a loss I didn't like, but a burger I most definitely did. It was some good burgers.
By the way, you knew that if you got a real good burger in me, you knew I'd be more likely to take you up on a burger bet in the future.
Well, that's the key. I'm not done yet. I'm just getting warmed up, but I got to make sure that I do the right thing so you take the next bet for sure.
We got to cool you off first, Coach, though.
Yeah.
We'll put you
I'm in the red. I'm on tilt right now. I'm on tilt a
That's
little
exactly
bit.
right. So we're going to just put you in the corner for a second. We're going to, basically, we're putting you on ice for a little bit. And then I wish casinos would do this for us, for being honest. So don't let us go to the ATM and withdraw more money. Just send us to the corner. Send us to the penalty box and let us think about what we just did.
All right, I'll take a little time off. I am in the red a little bit on tilt, but I'll take some time.
All right, Coach. What grade does Shadore Sanders get for his performance against the Bills?
I thought he played pretty well. I'll go B minus, B plus, and I will say, just because I think it's important that quarterbacks win. But I thought he did his job. There's a couple things I think that I really like. First of all, his feet are calmer in the pocket. He doesn't have those happy feet where he's going nowhere when he doesn't need to. I really liked how he stepped up in the pocket. I like how he took, JP's favorite, check down Charlie. You don't pass up a free meal. And when you do that, that's going to open up the things you want to see downfield. And as I watched the film, and I watched it again today, they covered. They were daring him to throw underneath. And that's going to created a lot of second and mediums, second and shorts, third mediums, et cetera. So now that he's done that, that's on film, just like everything else is. So now he's going to start stretching that ball downfield. Once again, he'll have the checkdowns. He'll always have the checkdowns, but he'll also have some openings down the field, which then he should start taking. And I just thought, and then I thought he used his feet really well, had a couple nice scrambles. And that third medium, that if you can scramble, that's a pain in the butt for a defensive coordinator. So I thought he played well. He's doing a lot of things better each week. I thought the tip pass wasn't so much on him. I thought the interception to Junkins was completely on him, because it's a running back and you got to hit him in stride and hit him on the back shoulder.
All right, Coach, you're the perfect person to ask this. I thought he was taking those free meals as you describe it, and by the way, sometimes maybe pay for a meal, maybe throw it deep. But I think what happened is I think he had the injury to his pinky, and then I think that shut it down. I think what they were trying to do is they were trying to showcase that he could take the free meal enough into baiting the other team to then get into a spot where he could take that free meal. You played quarterback at a very high level. When you have a pinky injury like that, and something that is your skin directly touching the football in that way, is that a deal, or is that just something that it doesn't really matter in the big picture of things, and it's not going to be something that actually bothers him?
Well, the pinky, if the index finger would be back, because that's the last thing that touches that football on the way out. Mm-hmm. The pinky, there's never a good finger, but the pinky would be, if you're going to pick one of the five, that would be the one. That's going to have the least amount of pressure on it when you're throwing the football. I don't think that'll bother him too much. It might bother him a little bit more handing off, if you get that running back kind of grabbing at the football, things like that, just to irritate it. But in terms of his grip, I think he'll be fine.
I mean, just overall, and again, I know he'll be fine for the next couple of weeks, but in that game at all, was there any part of you that thought to them, because I didn't know if the broadcast was downplaying it because it's just macho football guys, or it is something that you look at and say, okay, that's a real deal?
I'll be honest with you, JP. The checkdowns, and you and I always have a good laugh on the checkdown, Charlie. But I'll be honest with you, the checkdowns are part of what is going to help him. So when he's taking those, for me, what he's showing is it wasn't that his pinky was hurting him or anything else. It was showing that's what they're giving him. And what I've learned about Sanders in the last couple of weeks is that he's going to kind of take what you give him. He's hit those vertical passes, and that's what's on film. And they were taking that away. They were playing deep. They were playing a lot of two hi-hats, and with that, if it was a one hi-hat, they were really looking for those vertical throws. So I think they were taking that away. And what it showed me is not that he can't hit the verticals, but he's saying, you know what, if you're going to take those away, I'll take what you give me. And that really helped their run game because for the first time in a long time, they had a number of series there where it was run or pass, and it wasn't just we're going to run on first or pass on third. They had a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of momentum, and that is so important to make sure those defensive linemen aren't just pinning their ears back. So no, the check down now, if he continuously takes the check downs when there's stuff open deep, that's when you start saying, hey, we got to start taking a shot here. That's kind of what happened to Dylan, because as Dylan was taking those check down, which he needed to, then they started to open up some verticals, and he still wasn't taking them. So by Shadore taking those checkdowns, I think it's really going to help him open up, get some single coverage, and maybe take some shots deep this week against Pittsburgh.
All right, Coach, I asked you for the Buffalo grade. If we go through the 5 starts you've seen from Shadore, what grade does he get for those 5 starts in totality with two to go?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm going to go, I think for the amount of things he had going on, I'm going to go a B. I'm going to go solid B. And the reason why is because they didn't win. And that's always going to be important to me, that you have to win. Now, I know there's a lot of factors that go into that. But just like I said with Tennessee, there was a lot of reasons he won. He was one of the main reasons, but his teammates help him. And a lot of the struggles he's had, it has been because of his teammates as well. So I think he's done a good job of impacting his teammates. I think he's done a good job of, given a little bit of boost when an offense was really, really struggling. And he's had his ups and downs, which I think they've done a good job of kind of letting him go through these ups and downs and see what happens. I think for me, he's kind of put himself in that discussion of this is the guy we might be able to work with. And, I'm a big believer in there's only a few quarterbacks you win because of, but there's a lot of quarterbacks you can win with. And he's kind of pushing in that category. I'm not sure if these next 2 games can actually do that for you, just because it is what it is and the record is what it is. But I think he's done the things in terms of footwork and seeing what he's throwing it to the right guy and the things you're looking for a quarterback progression-wise. He's done those things. So he's definitely put himself in the mix, and I'll give him a B for sure.
Is what the Bills did to Myles Garrett, is that something that can be replicated with the Steelers?
No, because Josh Allen is a big pain in the butt for a defensive coordinator because his ability to throw from the pocket. And not only does he give you Lamar Jackson type feet, but he's also giving you like fullback type runs. So you have to be really, because he's going to give you that +1 run game. So he can run the ball like power and counter and all these isolations that you run with tailbacks. You can run with Josh Allen. So the prep for the Bills for Schwartz had to be a pain in the butt. So no, I don't think they can because they don't have Josh Allen. So now you can roll things away from him. You've seen some of the things they've done. They've thrown quick screens. Rodgers is going to get rid of the ball quickly. The best thing the Browns can do is try to get ahead. And I know that sounds weird, but or just stay close. So there has to be an element of pass, because what ends up happening is that teams are just like the Bills. They were comfortable playing this game where we're going to win close because they didn't trust the offense enough, and they kept it close, and then they rolled away from him. They're throwing quick screens under him. Their teams are starting to run right at him, which kind of, even though it doesn't always work, it kind of tires him out. But no, I don't think I don't think they're as good up front as the Bills are, especially with Dawkins. And I don't think Josh Allen's the key that's why you can't replicate what the Bills do offensively.
All right, Coach, how do you beat the Squealers on Sunday?
Well, once you look back at the first game, Dylan threw the ball 52 times. You have to make them one-dimensional. You have to absolutely take away the run. And Aaron Rodgers at 42 years old, he cannot beat you, especially with Metcalf not playing. They don't have a good enough receiving core to beat them if they can stop the run on first down. So for me, it really comes really simple. Browns have to win on first down on offense, and they have to win on first down on defense. If they can do those two things, they have a real chance to win this game, just because if you can not allow that defense to just get after Shadore Sanders because it's 2nd and 5, and if you can make Aaron Rodgers throw it 3rd and 10, Browns are better up front still, even with the injury. So that's their best chance. They got to win on first down both sides of the ball.
It was another no-show day, essentially, for Jerry Jeudy. Is he just basically done with this version of what the offense is? Like, should I just give up on ever thinking he's going to be a number one with this team for this year?
Well, the thing that's disappointing, JP, is, and I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, I think you can, and here's why: because he's not bought into like we got to do whatever we got to do to get the quarterback to be successful. We got to do whatever we got to do. His body language is terrible. The way he answers questions. My thing is I got turned off when he said, the drop. It's okay, you dropped it, but it wasn't for any other reason. You dropped it. So just because I don't think he has trust, and if I'm a rookie quarterback and I'm trying to figure out how to move the ball, I'm not trusting Jerry Jeudy, and I'm not trusting him to run his routes to the right depth. I'm not trusting him to do the right thing right now because his body language, and he seems disinterested. And I'm a big believer. Body language doesn't whisper; it screams, and he acts like he doesn't want to be out there. Now he's got all the talent in the world. And hopefully you would hope that they can kind of get him on board in the offseason if he's going to be one of their key guys. Because right now he looks disinterested, and Shadore looks disinterested getting into the football.
Coach, have you wrapped up your holiday shopping to this point?
Yeah, I'm all done. I'm lucky where the missus is handles most of the business. But yeah, I'm done. We're ready to roll. Ready to hang out and kind of do some chill time with the family for sure.
He actually just gives his family members all 22 tape. It's his favorite.
Yeah, they
games,
love that.
Yeah,
they love that too.
I do have to ask you. We talked earlier. My beautiful wife, who does many things that I love, and I say this up front so that I can then attack her on air. She spoiled my Christmas present this year to me this weekend, and I got a little angry at her. Do you guys know what you're going to get ahead of time, or does the Riesland household keep things a little undercover?
Well, we keep it undercover. We absolutely keep it undercover. Now, my wife is, she kind of points me in the right direction because I have a tendency maybe not to get the things that she would like. So I like to be pointed in the right direction. I'm very coach-like. Like, these are the things you like. I'm very particular in that. I'm not very creative in that. So, but for me, I have no idea what I'm getting, but it's usually always perfect, which is kind of nice. But my wife definitely points me in the right direction. I have to be honest.
It's coachable. He's not just a coach. He's coachable.
I don't even know what it's going to be, but it's going to be perfect. I like that, Coach. Coach,
absolutely.
You're on tomorrow, right?
I am. Yeah, tomorrow morning.
Tell the people with who and everything with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow morning from 6 to 10 with Dangerous Daryl Ryder, and I am absolutely looking forward to it.
All right, we'll be tuned in.
I have predictions.
Absolutely.
I want to hear the predictions. Hold on, I want to hear the predictions.
I don't remember. I do not recall.
I want Coach to hear the predictions.
You're gonna have to keep him in line. That's a flip flopper. Daryl's a flip flopper. We love him, but you got to keep him in line.
Easily swayed into whatever your opinion is. So remember that as the show moves on. Like it doesn't take much.
He's got a fungible brain.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to get Daryl on your side, whatever that side might be.
So you're thinking I can bring him into the positive energy that I try to bring?
What I'm saying is, when he gives a thought that's ridiculous, don't just be like, I agree with you. Spend that time convincing him why you're right.
You really got to jam him up, Coach.
All right. I appreciate the scouting report. It's very important.
Well, listen, you help us. Now, in fairness, I have also replied all that same scouting report to everybody in my radio Rolodex because I've seen how you do things, and I'm like, this is the way you do it. But no, we appreciate you, buddy. Good stuff.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys. Have a Merry Christmas, and we'll talk soon.
You too. To the entire Riesland family there. Coach Lance Riesland on the fan hotline. I'm out of curiosity listen to that one tomorrow.
Oh, definitely.
So it's going to be a nice off for a little bit. But then, Daryl. He's going to say something too over the line, and then it's on like Donkey Kong.
I hope it gets that way. Honestly, I don't know. I think the nice off might end up be what it might be what happens for 4 hours, and I don't want that. I want Coach to stand his ground. Here, Coach, you know more than Daryl. Remind him of that constantly, and let's see how that goes.
Yeah, maybe do one of these.
Let's see how that goes.
I'm sorry, did you play at the college level? Are you a coach?
So here's the spin, though. It'll be Coach talking about all the different ways that he knows his experiences, and then Daryl will be like, have you ever been in a NFL locker room and covered it as a credentialed media member, Coach? But Coach has, though. That's the thing. Coach, there's no response back that Daryl has. He's like, I see you every day, Daryl. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going
to take Coach.
That's going to be fun.
I'm going to take Coach
100%.
and cover the spread.
But I need Coach not to do what he does for me, which is just I just start yelling and I get loud enough, and then he's like, all right, good point. I see what you're saying. I need him to convince Daryl of the main points because I really think you can get there with Daryl.
We'll react to what Coach Riesland had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. 'Tis the season to be boosting on FanDuel. Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel because this year, you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting for you in the app to unwrap. Every day brings a new way to play, so keep checking in to see what drops next. And it all leads to the Christmas Day special, where you can get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/Wilson to get in on the holiday spirit. That's FanDuel.com.
A business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 15 minutes here. Should be noted. I don't know if this would be breaking news, but the internet streets are saying Ben Simmons. Remember him?
Oh, okay. So hold on. I do. I think I know where you're going. Do you have the whole story on this?
I'm literally only going to mention. I'm going to read the headlines and go from there.
Because I did a little bit deeper dive into this, and the headline was very misleading.
Okay, so I'll give you the headline. Ben Simmons is putting the NBA on hold to pursue pro fishing.
Yeah. So the way if you actually you got to go to the story, and the story itself implicitly states that he's not putting the NBA on pause or anything like that. He's just doing the fishing while also recovering from his injuries to then go back to the NBA. That was I got mad about that in between one of the breaks. It was intentionally misleading, and a lot of people are falling for it.
Also, I think the
it seems
NBA
like it'd be you could easily fall for that.
I think the NBA is putting Ben Simmons on hold, right?
Sure, that's one way to look at it.
And so I think he's just like, well, I better get to fishing here.
Well, he's always broke, so essentially he's always injured. So you could, in theory, just always be like, I'm rehabbing.
I thought you meant financially. I'm like, that's impossible.
No, that's
impossible. He made $200 million in his career.
He made a bunch of money
to play like 300 games in his career.
Yeah,
maybe?
Nobody's asking for Ben Simmons to. Yeah.
If I set the over under at 300 games, would you take the over under?
Okay. I'm taking the under, hard under. That's
easy.
That is 4 seasons worth of games. I'm taking the under.
That's a good point. All right, Jax, you're the NBA guy.
I'd say over, just barely though.
Ooh. Okay, it was 383 games.
That's a lot more than I thought.
Yeah,
that was
me
a good
too.
starting line by you.
I wanted to go 350, but that seemed implausibly high. I gotta say, Ben Simmons always seemed like a guy who would really rather be doing anything else in sports other than playing basketball. I kind of like that our Australian failure is out here fishing.
I mean, has anybody been able to finesse more in life out of accomplishing less than Ben Simmons?
All right, so we're grading this on a scale because I would like to submit that Andrew Wiggins will retire, having made $400 million in his career, and while he's played a lot of basketball, I don't know any of it's been really that good.
No, Wiggins had a good season a couple years ago, and I know what I'm saying as I'm saying it, but Ben didn't though. Is the point?
He's got a ring too,
and he's got a ring.
Wait,
exactly
didn't
right.
Ben win Defensive Player of the Year one year?
Yeah, but the ring and Wiggins, by the way, Wiggins' role in that wing was like a real thing, whereas Ben Simmons hasn't done anything close to that.
All right. Okay. In fairness, Andrew Wiggins has only made $280 million.
That's
by the end of this contract.
A lot of bad NBA players make a lot of money. Is kind of the synopsis here.
I think that hurts basketball too. Like the blue collar class of NBA guys who was like, are you gonna make $1 million, $1.5 million, which is good money. Don't get me wrong. Those guys are now making $15, $20 million a year. It's like, and again, yes. I'm not saying this is right because there is a classist element to the way that we think about this. But when your middle class of NBA ranges from like 30 million to 10 million, that doesn't feel right.
Ben Simmons, by the way, did not ever win a Defensive Player of the Year award.
Wasn't he second once?
He was fourth as the best he ever did.
I told you. Rookie of the Year?
He won a Rookie of the Year, yes.
I knew he won one of those of the years.
Over Donovan Mitchell. And Ben Simmons' second year.
That is correct.
We call that the Ichiro.
Look at this, though. It went Simmons, Donovan, Jason Tatum, into Kyle Kuzma, and then Dennis Smith Jr. But the big three out of that, to have Ben Simmons to have beat out Donovan and Tatum, and then have history fall the way it did, is interesting.
I'm really trying to think if anyone has made more while earning less in the parlance of NBA history, or really sports history in general. Ooh.
He was better, by the way, than Donovan and Jason in those years.
No, he was.
Yeah,
he was good.
It was his second year in the league.
Remember,
got it.
But remember,
he was
Ben was a pretty decent NBA player. It was the second contract that got him.
Yeah, I mean, but he didn't play his rookie year, so that's why he doesn't.
But he's still not a rookie. That's the second year in the
league.
Jack's is still upset about this.
He didn't register a single game. Like, it's not like
he
that's
played in the preseason.
Jax is ready to do a full podcast on this. He's like Pablo Torre.
Argue with the NBA's definition of a rookie? You didn't play in the season. You're not a rookie anymore.
He played in everything before.
Or sorry, you remain your rookie status as long as you don't play. And by the way, as far as the age is concerned, he was 21 years old at that time. Like, that's how much younger you want him. Donovan was the same 21 years old.
It was Donovan Mitchell's first year in the league, though.
They were both 21 and had never played an NBA game prior to that season.
It's Ben Simmons' second year on the team, not a rookie.
What a homer take is this?
Yeah, but it's for Donovan.
What a homer take
He's
this
erring
is.
on the right side of homerism.
No, I like this. I like this take because it's a defense for Donovan and all. I get it, but like Tatum, it's a stupid Rookie of the Year award. But like Tatum, he rightfully won it. He rightfully won. And by the way, his numbers
won it, not Tatum.
Or sorry, Ben Simmons. I can't even get my guys straight in this conversation. His numbers were better, by the way. They were better than Donovan. They were better than Tatum.
This is his second year in the league.
Hold on,
you
Nick.
are a broken record over there.
Is it the practice? Oh, he came up with the comeback on you for your old NBA guys, but he did that thing where it was just too late. And so he told it to me, and it was actually a pretty good comeback. And I was like, where was this in the moment?
You should have said it on
Jax
air.
is going to think of something in this discussion.
When he was pimping for Taj Gibson versus...
Yeah, like 10 minutes from now, Jax is going to think of it and then be like, dang it. By the way, I would hate this for you if like your whole life is like 10 minutes later you got the best comeback ever. And that's just your existence is just a constant stream of like the best response ever, but it happens 10 minutes too late.
Golden days of NBA big play was Andrew Bogut versus Kosta Koufos.
Well, no, so you were trying to make the argument that watching Kevin Durant and LeBron James score at this age isn't appealing to you, and it speaks to how far the game has fallen because they're this old and they could be accomplishing what they're accomplishing. And then Jax's comeback, if he had the 10 minutes to breathe, was...
Phillip Rivers came off his couch against the best defense in the NFL, almost led them to a win, and then he just did, 270 yards last night, 2 touchdowns against the San Francisco 49ers. Aaron Rodgers is in the playoffs, and he's 42. And Joe Flacco, once he got traded to the Bengals,
you give Jax 10 minutes, and he's got it. He just
you
needs
almost
those 10
lost
minutes.
it, and then I said he's 0-2, and it really pissed you off.
Setup.
And then
that was part of the setup, though, too. That was part of it. Like, you see what this is? By the way, I'll be so happy later on today that I was able to give you this moment because so many people in life just live with that 10-minute. Like, you came up with it, you got the good response, and you're never able to deliver it. You just think about it in the shower later on, like, dang it. That was an awesome comeback, and I'll never get to use it. So
all I hear is he's thinking about Nick Wilson in the shower. That is a pandemic out there. A lot of people.
That's a pandemic?
Yeah. A lot of people thinking about me in the,
I think pandemic, I think problem. I think
it's a problem.
That's an issue. I didn't know. I thought you'd be.
I'm out in public, and I'm looking at all these people, and they're thinking about me in the shower, and I have to tell Vanessa, honey.
I thought you'd be flattered.
I mean, no, flattered, of course, but, causes problems in the Wilson household. I kind of went Christopher Walken there. To get back to it, all right, Jax, you're the NBA NBA. Yeah, what the hell are we doing? You're the NBA guy on the show.
I was running.
Can you think of anyone who has earned more while doing less in the NBA?
Chandler Parsons.
Gosh.
That was a quick response.
I think Chandler made like 70.
You see, we started this, and you gave him 10 minutes to think about it, and that's what he came up with.
Andrew Bynum?
Bynum's a really good one. Yeah. Very similar to Ben Simmons, by the way. He had it. It was right there for him. The difference is with Bynum, it was injuries. And apparently just a psychopath.
See, but you have to
just an absolute nutball.
The difference with Simmons and most people that we'd bring up in this discussion, like if you want to bring like Greg Oden and all these other guys, it's like the league kept believing in Ben Simmons in a way where they give up on a lot of these guys and a lot of these former round one, pick one type guys. The league chews them up and spits them out. The league kept giving Ben Simmons opportunities and kept believing in Ben Simmons' talent in a way that I just always thought was peculiar and interesting.
Luol Deng's up there, too.
Oh, no, I liked Luol Deng. Luol Deng was a good player.
But he got paid
that was
a lot
good point.
of money.
Yeah, but that was...
You're just talking
it,
about
though.
the Lakers deal. You're showing your youth there.
Horrible.
That's almost rude what you just said.
The first 8 or 9 years in
Luol
Chicago,
he was
a bona fide...
That was a real player.
He was top 3 player on a championship team good. He just happened to play for the Bulls. The first 9 years, yes.
Agree, Nick, I agree with you. That was a good player. That's an insane take. We're talking about the direct of the
Simmons
direct.
was all-team defense, first-team all-defense. How many years?
Well, Luol Deng did it for a decade.
The league just believed in Ben Simmons way too long is the problem.
Can I
here.
give you the NFL? I thought about this for a minute while we were all haggling over 17 different details.
Yeah.
I have the NFL equivalent
of Ben Simmons.
No one's going to see this one coming. Actually, I'll give everyone a guess.
Odell.
No.
Oh, no, you have to think quarterback in this instance.
That's not bad, though. That's not bad at all. JP?
I instantly thought Daniel Jones, but maybe this last year. Nope, Daniel Jones is the answer.
No, it's Sam Bradford. Do you know how much guaranteed money Sam Bradford made?
He was the last person that they gave the $53 million deal to. The cutoff of why we changed how the money is allocated for first-round picks for quarterbacks.
His guaranteed money in his career is $160 million.
And that's at a time when not everyone was making $160 million.
Now, in fairness, like half that money came in that rookie contract, what you're talking about. But remember, oh my gosh, was it? I can't remember the order of operations here, but it was either his last year in the NFL, either Minnesota or Philadelphia. Gave him like a 1 year, $15 million deal, and then he played like one game. He was a good ball. By the way, I will go.
He was good.
If Sam Bradford had a good offensive line his entire career, I honestly think Sam would have been consistent top 10 quarterback. It's just he fell apart because he got the crap kicked out of him.
Yeah, you need someone with like an all right to good start. And then Odell's a good guess by you, Jax. I like the Odell guess. Now, Odell had an historic first 3 seasons in the NFL. He was on pace to be the greatest wide receiver to ever exist. And then the rest happened. And so maybe I like the Odell take, but we were always going quarterback in that discussion.
By the way, 617-KDEP on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat saying Kwame Brown. He just never got the second contract.
Bonafide scrub.
He had a couple small contracts with it was the Lakers gave him one. I think Detroit gave him one. I think remember when Detroit tried to make him the heir apparent to Ben Wallace? If I'm remembering that correctly, it's been 20 years. We've done a lot of things in that time.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
dude's a bona fide scrub.
Yeah, but he is. He's the first person I learned about the Geechee and the Gullah, which is like, that's why are you doing that? I did the same thing, and my boy Norfleet had to tell me that, because I was sounded funny to me.
It does sound funny,
and I made fun of it, and he's like, "You were not going to want to do that. That is a prideful people down there."
Oh, really? I don't know about the pride. I don't know.
Well, it's not a big deal here, but it is in North Carolina. If you're making fun of them, or if you're making fun of the way that whatever I had no idea. It's a subset of Southern culture.
It takes a lot to go to a basketball reference page because I pull up Kwame Brown's and to have an 11-year career and have literally nothing in the far right corner of it as far as accomplishments.
Wait.
Like just a complete empty page. Usually you go, everyone's got something. You get some sort of a freak all-star appearance, or you won, you were 4th in defensive player of the year a million years ago, or maybe you're 7th in an all-rookie vote or something. He's just got crickets on the full right side. That's an incredible feat by him.
All right, Jax, we're going to guess his average points per game in his career for Kwame Brown.
2.6?
I would say 4.7.
I already know the answer. It's not fair.
But no, you gotta. You have to be the guy.
I'm the guy that tells you. All right, what was your guess, Jax?
2.6.
I said 4.7.
6.8.
Oh wow, he had buckets. Oh, by the way, gotta throw another one in here. Sagana Diop.
That was a solid 6 and 5 out of him.
Sagana Diop. No. Screw both of you.
No. He's terrible.
You guys will never understand.
Now we're
just
talking bad.
There's that bobblehead of him in Keith's office or whatever it is.
No, it was the nesting doll.
Yeah.
Which, not my thing, but good for you. Sagana Diop. Hey, he's a better NBA player than Kwame Brown. Oh, crap. He averaged 2 points per game in his career.
It was crap.
I didn't. I was about to make this impassioned
plea. But he made those two matter, didn't he not? He made those two matter.
So we got, in case you missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm PJ Glasser, host.
and save big on your last-minute gifts. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Partly cloudy skies overnight tonight, low of 33.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com.
At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Final segment of the show. Big thanks to our guest today. Starting John Fanta at 4:20, then Albert Breer at 5:20, and Lance Reisland at 6 o'clock today. Great stuff on Shadore. Albert, really interesting stuff on Stefanski and the Browns. Andrew Berry maybe getting a promotion after all this failure, and John Harbaugh's future in Baltimore as well. I would give up a draft pick for John Harbaugh, just not a good draft pick. Like, you want a fourth rounder for John Harbaugh? Let's have a fourth round. I got fifth rounders out the yin-yang. All right, Baltimore, you want a couple of, you can have two of them.
Is that going to entice them enough?
You can have two of them.
I think Harbaugh's contract, I think it's 2 more years.
They should fire him.
He signed a 3-year extension prior to last year, and so that'll be... It's actually the same spot Zach Taylor's in, but Baltimore's not a cheap franchise, so they can go ahead and just fire him if they want to.
I'm fairly convinced that if 7 years ago somebody had offered the Ravens a second or third round pick for Harbaugh, he wouldn't be there anymore. I think Tepper got close. I think Tepper got really, really close. I know he wanted Harbaugh, but I don't know how close he got to actually offering a trade, but I think Harbaugh's been on the outs for a while. It's time. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off. I want to talk Myles Garrett here. We have not talked to basically anything about the record today, and I came to a conclusion, Nick, that I think is going to be a sad thought and a sad reality for Browns fans this weekend. Last weekend, it looked like it was celebrating the 4th of July with all the Bills fans that were in attendance. Mm-hmm. He's going to get the sack record this weekend, I would imagine, and the amount of Steelers fans that are going to be there, 65, 70% of Huntington Bank Stadium. Like, it is going to be, he'll break the record, and it is going to be a chorus of boos because there's more Steelers fans there than Browns fans, and I think that's a real shame within the whole construct of when you break the record and how you break the record.
2 things. One, it's actually funnier that it comes in front of mostly Steelers fans because they're really going to hate it. 2, it'd be really funny if the Browns won this weekend. It'd just be really, really funny.
There's like this weird feeling. I think we all kind of have it that this game just doesn't feel like it's got a. Well, you know what's really funny? We want to take it like to the what could be the funniest outcome imaginable. If the Ravens lose on Saturday, the Steelers already have the AFC North clinched and wrapped up, right? And so then I don't know. Do they not play Aaron Rodgers for this game?
I don't know. I can't imagine Tomlin shutting it down with 2 weeks to go because aren't you still playing for playoff seeding?
You don't. You're locked into the AFC North, and no matter what happens, then you're sitting at the 4 seed.
Oh, so you can't get up to the 3 seed?
There's the way that the records are and everything is set right now, they would not move anything higher than the 4 seed. And so if that's locked in, is there a chance that it's Myles Garrett up against Mason Rudolph, and he gets to knock Mason Rudolph down for the title?
I like that. I also like the idea that Tomlin would think it's really funny that he cost the Browns a top 2 pick. That's something that he
funny
would take.
Too. There's gamemanship attached to that. Oh, that's
a good
interesting.
Tomlin troll.
Now, but he wouldn't do that if the Ravens win on Saturday. Because if the Ravens win on Saturday, then he has to win on Sunday. Then Sunday becomes the most important game in the world because remember, Week 18 is the Ravens versus the Steelers, and so if the Steelers lose the game on Sunday, then Week 18 is for the AFC North.
I'm cross-eyed. I don't know what I want. Let's see. Christmas is here. Big Christmas lover here. You're a big Christmas lover. One, I want to say thank you to everybody. It's been a great year so far. I know next week's more the end of the year stuff, but I will tell you that I have to tell on myself that I was on a great gratitude kick for about a year or so, and at some point in this at the back half of this year, I've lost a little bit of that gratitude. And the nice thing about the holiday season is it has allowed me to plug back into that. It's still a work in progress, right? I still have things I'm striving for, but I'm trying to remain thankful of the things that I've gotten. So, Merry Christmas to everybody out there. I know we kind of missed the Hanukkah window. Happy Hanukkah to everybody that celebrates. I truly love the holiday season. I am so excited I get to see my 93-year-old grandma on tomorrow night and be with my side of the family. We were just on Ness's side of the family on Sunday.
You and Grandma going to get boozed up together?
I don't think she boozes. Well, actually, that's not true.
Huh?
I don't think she boozes with us.
Okay, I was going to say, I thought she exclusively boozes.
But a friend of mine, good man, maybe with the initials JP, might have gotten me a little bottle of booze that I can use a little bit tomorrow night.
Hey, give some to Grandma. Give some of that love to Grandma.
You know, she won't drink hooch, but she has these gin-soaked raisins she's had for as long as I can remember.
She gets it all through raisins.
Yeah, and the problem is it's been going hard. She hit 91, had one bad health incident, and she's like,
she doesn't like the taste of it, so she puts it in raisins, or what's going on?
No, I think she justifies it's not really alcohol. This is a treatment that
These
I
are just
have.
fun raisins that I eat.
No, it's not fun.
No, she doesn't even think of it
medicinal.
fun.
It's medicinal.
What a spin zone for her brain.
But she is polishing a lot of those off. We gotta.
And she doesn't do raisins in front of you.
No, won't do raisins. It's like a secret thing. I didn't know about it till I was like 21. I've never seen it happen.
It's been going on for that long with the raisins?
My dad was a secret pothead my entire life, and I knew when I was like 6. I lived in a house with a man, and I was like, yeah, I don't know what Chiba is, but that man's enjoying it when he's not around us. And then I lived in a house with my grandmother. Never knew about the secret raisins.
What's the process with the raisins? Now I want to know how to get raisin drunk, and then you soak them in gin,
and
that's it. That's all it is.
And then you eat them.
But how much gin goes into these raisins? I need to know. Like, I have a whole process.
I'm gonna say it's bountiful. I'm gonna say it's not insignificant.
How fat can the raisins get? I have so many questions, and she won't answer any of them.
Fat her grandson
She won't answer any of them because they're obviously it's a secret. It's a big secret.
It's basically for her. You know,
I just have to Google
health.
I have to Google. Why don't they should sell these gin-soaked raisins? Here, that was Grandma's $1 billion plan right there. Gin-soaked raisins for the people.
Way, we could put a little Eastern European spin on it.
Nobody,
Night Mama's raisins.
Who's selling this? Nobody's selling gin-soaked raisins. Let's get to the market on this.
We can have popular YouTubers hawk them. All right. If you guys missed any of today's show, make sure to check it out. 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel. Please like the video. Also, don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel as well.
They say it helps arthritis.
Yes, it does. Does not help your ability to walk.
What an article. Can gin-soaked raisins help arthritis? There's a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
They put it to arthritis. Incredible.
I told you. The doctors don't have a step on my Night Mama. Great job out of Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Jake Murrin doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Quinshawn Judkins, biggest fan. Meredith Kane. Great stuff for everybody on the show. JP, great stuff, buddy.
Had fun. Obviously enjoyed the little time off, and I'll talk to everybody Sunday with Coach Riz.
We got the Stefanski show coming up. I'll see you guys on Monday. Merry Christmas, everybody. Be safe, be happy, be merry.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
This is Sean Moraz with an Odyssey Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Own your